Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The morning sun filtered through half-drawn curtains, casting angular patches of light across the wooden floor. The gentle hum of the refrigerator was the only sound breaking the silence. A vase lay shattered near the fireplace, the shards glinting ominously amid the dust. As I stepped cautiously inside, each creak of the floorboard seemed to resonate with a secret not meant to be shared. The air carried a stale chill, as if the very room held its breath, waiting for a truth that refused to surface. The nausea hits me first, always first. It starts somewhere deep in my chest, a cold weight that spreads outward like spilled ink on paper. My hands shake as I remember the sound, not the breaking, but what came after. The silence that followed was worse than any scream could have been. I've been avoiding this room for days now, or has it been weeks? Time moves differently when you're carrying something heavy inside you, something that shifts and settles like broken glass in your stomach every time you breathe too deeply. The woman's face keeps surfacing in my mind, but it's never complete. Sometimes it's just her eyes, wide and questioning. Other times it's the way her mouth moved without sound, like a fish gasping behind aquarium glass. She was wearing blue, I think, or maybe that was someone else entirely. Memory has a way of bleeding colors together until everything becomes the same shade of wrong. I remember her hands most clearly. They were smaller than mine, with short nails painted a color that might have been pink or might have been nothing at all. She reached for something, the vase perhaps, or maybe she was just trying to steady herself. The gesture seemed so ordinary then, so human. Now it plays in my mind like a film reel stuck on repeat, each viewing revealing new details that contradict the last. The detective had kind eyes. That's what I told myself afterward, sitting in that sterile room with its buzzing fluorescent lights and the smell of burnt coffee lingering in the air. He asked questions in a voice that reminded me of my grandfather, patient and measured, but his hands moved constantly, fingers drumming against his notepad, pen clicking in rhythm with some internal metronome I couldn't hear. "Tell me about that morning," he said, and I opened my mouth to speak, but the words came out all wrong, jumbled and reaching backward instead of forward. I started with the cleanup, with the careful sweeping of ceramic fragments into a dustpan that seemed too small for the task. Each piece made a tiny sound as it fell, like rain against a window or like fingernails tapping against glass. The woman had been crying before she arrived. I could tell from the way her makeup sat unevenly on her cheeks, darker in some places where she'd tried to repair the damage. She clutched her purse against her chest like armor, and when she spoke, her voice had that hollow quality that comes from exhaustion or fear or both. But did she speak? Sometimes I remember her voice clearly, low and urgent, forming words that seemed to hang in the air between us. Other times I think we never exchanged a single word, that everything important was communicated through glances and the careful way we moved around each other in that small space. The room felt smaller with both of us in it. The furniture seemed to press inward, creating a maze of obstacles between the door and where we stood. The couch, usually positioned against the far wall, appeared closer somehow, as if it had migrated during the night. Even the windows seemed narrower, filtering less light than they should have. I keep trying to remember what we were discussing, but the conversation exists in my mind like an echo heard from another room, familiar cadences without distinguishable words. There was urgency in it, I know that much, a sense of something that needed to be resolved quickly before other people became involved. Her purse fell first. I remember the sound it made hitting the floor, heavier than expected, contents shifting inside with a muffled rattle. She bent to retrieve it, and that's when her shoulder brushed against the side table. The vase rocked once, twice, then found its balance again. We both watched it settle, and in that moment I felt something shift between us, some invisible line being crossed. The detective's pen had stopped clicking. I realized I'd been talking for several minutes without really hearing my own words, and the silence that followed felt dense and expectant. He was looking at me with an expression I couldn't quite read, not suspicious exactly, but intensely focused, like someone trying to solve a puzzle with half the pieces missing. "You said she left after the vase broke," he prompted gently. Had I said that, the statement hung in the air, and I found myself nodding, though something about it felt incomplete. She had left, yes, but the sequence felt wrong, like trying to remember a dream where cause and effect operate by different rules. The broken pieces are still there when I close my eyes, sharp edges catching light, creating tiny prisms that scatter rainbows across the dusty floor. I swept them up carefully, methodically, but somehow there are always more fragments, smaller ones that escape the first pass, hiding in corners and under furniture like secrets that refuse to stay buried. My mother had given me that vase, or perhaps I bought it myself at a shop whose name I can't recall. The details blur together, past and present mixing until I'm no longer certain which memories belong to which version of events. What matters is that it had been whole, and then it wasn't, and the breaking of it seemed to break something else, something harder to define. The woman's perfume lingered long after she was gone, something floral but with an undertone of something sharper, more chemical. It mixed with the smell of dust and the faint mustiness that old houses carry in their walls like embedded memories. I opened the windows afterward, but the scent clung to the curtains, to the furniture, to my clothes. Sometimes I wonder if she was ever really there at all. The human mind is capable of extraordinary deceptions, of creating entire conversations and interactions to fill gaps that reality has left empty. But then I remember the weight of her presence, the way the floorboards responded differently to her footsteps, lighter than mine but somehow more permanent, as if she pressed deeper into the wood despite weighing less. The detective asked about her name, and I opened my mouth to answer, but nothing came out. Not because I was being evasive, but because the name seemed to exist just beyond my reach, like a word on the tip of your tongue that dissolves the moment you try to speak it. I knew her, I was certain of that, but the knowing felt ancient and immediate at the same time. "Take your time," he said, but time had become unreliable, stretching and contracting without warning. Minutes felt like hours, while hours collapsed into seconds. The fluorescent light above us flickered occasionally, creating brief moments of dimness that made everything feel less solid, less certain. She had been afraid of something. That much was clear from the way she kept glancing toward the windows, as if expecting to see faces pressed against the glass. Her hands trembled when she reached for things, and she startled at sounds that seemed perfectly ordinary to me: the settling of the house, the distant hum of traffic, the whisper of air moving through the heating vents. But afraid of what, of whom? The question circles in my mind like water going down a drain, always moving but never quite disappearing. Sometimes I think she was afraid of me, of something she saw in my face or heard in my voice. Other times I'm convinced we were both afraid of the same thing, some third presence that existed just outside our perception. The cleanup took longer than it should have. Each piece of the vase seemed to have found its own hiding place, and I found myself crawling on hands and knees, running my fingers along baseboards and under furniture, searching for fragments that might cut someone's feet later. The physical act was oddly soothing, giving my hand something to do while my mind tried to process what had happened. Or what I thought had happened. Memory is unreliable even under the best circumstances, and these were far from the best circumstances. Stress has a way of editing our experiences in real time, highlighting some details while allowing others to fade into background noise. What I remember most clearly might be the least important things, while the crucial moments exist only as impressions, feelings without form. The detective's notepad was nearly full by the time we finished talking. His handwriting was smaller than I expected, cramped and efficient, as if he were trying to fit as much information as possible into the available space. Occasionally he would flip back to earlier pages, comparing notes, looking for inconsistencies or patterns that might not be immediately obvious. "Is there anything else you think I should know?" he asked finally, and the question seemed to contain multitudes. How do you know what someone else should know? How do you distinguish between relevant details and the random debris that accumulates around any significant event? I told him about the sound the vase made when it hit the floor, not a simple crash, but something more complex, almost musical. The initial impact, then the secondary breaking as pieces struck other pieces, then the smaller sounds as fragments settled into their final positions. It had lasted longer than seemed possible, as if time had slowed down to accommodate the destruction. He wrote this down without comment, but I caught something in his expression, a brief tightening around his eyes that suggested he found this level of detail either significant or troubling, perhaps both. The woman's car was still in the driveway when I looked out later, a small sedan, dark blue or black, with a parking permit hanging from the rearview mirror. I watched it for a long time, waiting for her to return and drive it away, but it remained motionless, gathering shadows as the day progressed. Eventually I stopped looking. The car became part of the landscape, as fixed and unremarkable as the mailbox or the fire hydrant on the corner. But sometimes, in my peripheral vision, I would catch movement, a flash of reflected light, or the suggestion of someone sitting behind the wheel. When I turned to look directly, there was never anything there. The detective asked about the car, and I described it as best I could, though the details felt slippery, changing even as I spoke them aloud. Had there been a parking permit, or was that from a different car entirely? Was it blue or black or some other color that my mind had translated into something more familiar? "We'll look into it," he said, closing his notepad with a soft snap that seemed to mark the end of something important. But endings, I was learning, are rarely as definitive as they appear. The conversation was over, but the questions remained, multiplying in the silence that followed. The room feels different now, lighter somehow, as if the removal of the broken vase has shifted the balance of objects and spaces. Light falls differently through the windows, creating new patterns on the floor, illuminating corners that had been hidden in shadow. The change should be comforting, but instead it feels like evidence of something I can't quite name. Sometimes I find myself standing in the exact spot where she stood, trying to see the room through her eyes, to understand what she saw that made her reach for the vase in the first place. Was she steadying herself, or was she trying to steady something else? Was the gesture defensive or aggressive, or simply accidental? The questions have weight now, physical presence that I carry with me from room to room. They settle in my chest at night, making sleep difficult, and they're waiting for me each morning, patient and persistent as hunger. The detective said he would be in touch, but contact feels less important now than resolution, and resolution seems as fragmented as the pieces of ceramic I swept into the dustpan. The woman's face continues to surface at unexpected moments while I'm washing dishes. while I'm reading, while I'm trying to focus on entirely unrelated tasks. Each appearance is slightly different, as if my memory is slowly revising her features, adjusting them to match some internal template I'm not consciously aware of. Sometimes she looks familiar, like someone I've known for years. Other times she's a complete stranger, as foreign as a face glimpsed in a crowd. The truth I'm beginning to understand might be less important than what I do with its absence. The empty space where certainty should be has its own shape, its own weight. It changes how I move through the world, how I interpret the ordinary sounds and sights that surround me. Every broken object now carries additional meaning. Every unexpected visitor makes my heart race in ways I don't fully understand. The morning light continues to filter through the curtains, creating the same angular patches on the floor, but they fall differently now, illuminating spaces that were dark before while casting new shadows in previously bright corners. The refrigerator hums its steady rhythm, and somewhere in the distance I can hear the faint sound of glass breaking, though I know that's impossible. The vase is gone, swept up and thrown away, but the sound of its destruction echoes still, mixing with other sounds, other memories, until I can no longer distinguish between what happened and what continues to happen in the space between remembering and forgetting. Story 2. The staircase carpet showed no indentations when examined. A layer of dust remained uniformly undisturbed across the surface, confirming no recent passage. Each door along the corridor was closed, their hinges silent and unworn. A clock in the hallway ticked in soft, regular intervals, maintaining the rhythm of time. An umbrella was stationed precisely in the stand by the entrance, its fabric dry and unblemished by any recent rain. Windows in the space exhibited a thin layer of grime, yet none were visibly ajar or compromised in their locks. The air carried a faint scent of lavender, consistent with the spray found in the adjacent restroom. All electrical appliances remained in their off states, verified by the consistent absence of standby lights. No visible signs of forced entry were observed. However, a solitary shoe was positioned at the top of the stairs. Only one. I remember staring at that shoe for what felt like hours. A brown leather loafer, size 10, worn at the heel in a way that suggested its owner favored their left foot slightly when walking. The kind of detail that becomes important when you're trying to piece together what happened to someone you care about. My brother had always been meticulous about his shoes. Even as children, while I tracked mud through the house and left sneakers scattered across bedroom floors, he lined his footwear in perfect pairs by the door. The sight of that single shoe at the top of the stairs violated everything I knew about him. The logical explanation came to me quickly. He must have been in a hurry that morning. Perhaps he'd received an urgent phone call, the kind that makes you forget your usual routines. I could picture him hopping on one foot, trying to slip on the second shoe while rushing toward the door. In his haste, he'd kicked it off, and it had somehow ended up at the top of the stairs instead of tumbling down. The timeline made sense. I'd spoken to him 3 days earlier. He'd mentioned a potential job opportunity, something that had him excited but nervous. The kind of thing that might require a sudden interview or meeting. His voice had carried that particular energy he got when opportunity knocked breathless, optimistic, maybe a little reckless. I walked through the house methodically, cataloging everything that supported this version. His bed was unmade, but not unusually so. The coffee maker showed residue from recent use. His laptop sat closed on the kitchen table, positioned exactly where he always left it. Mail had accumulated by the front door, suggesting he'd been gone for several days, which aligned with when I'd last heard from him. The shower in his bathroom was dry, but that meant nothing. He could have showered early and left the house hours ago. The towel hung straight and unwrinkled, which was typical of his neat habits. Everything pointed to a normal morning routine interrupted by something unexpected but not alarming. Yet my fingers trembled as I picked up that solitary shoe. The leather felt cold against my palm, colder than it should have been in the warm house. As I held it, a strange sensation washed over me, not quite memory, not quite imagination. The smell of rain, though the umbrella by the door remained bone dry. The sound of footsteps on carpet, though the dust lay undisturbed. A feeling of someone moving quickly through the house, but not in the way I'd imagined. I set the shoe down carefully and noticed my hands were shaking. The second version began to emerge in fragments, small details that didn't fit the hurried departure narrative. The way the shoe sat so precisely at the center of the top step, as if it had been placed rather than dropped. The absolute silence of the house, which felt different from the quiet of an empty home. This was the silence of held breath, of interrupted motion. I found myself drawn back to the staircase repeatedly. Each time I approached, that same cold sensation crept up my spine. The carpet showed no indentations. The investigators had been right about that. But something about the way the light hit the fibers suggested recent disturbance, as if the pile had been carefully brushed back into place. The lavender scent grew stronger near the stairs, not the gentle fragrance of air freshener, but something more intense, medicinal, the kind of smell that clings to clothing and skin that takes effort to wash away. I began to notice other things. The clock in the hallway, which ticked so regularly, seemed to pause between beats when I wasn't looking directly at it. The windows, supposedly locked tight, rattled slightly in their frames despite the absence of wind. The umbrella by the door cast a shadow that moved independently of the light source. My brother's coffee cup sat in the sink, but when I touched it, the ceramic felt as though it had been washed recently, not simply used and abandoned. The laptop on the kitchen table was positioned exactly as he always left it, but the angle seemed wrong somehow, as if someone had tried to replicate his habits without quite understanding them. In the bathroom, I opened the medicine cabinet. His prescription bottles were arranged in alphabetical order, something he'd never done. The towel hung perfectly straight, but when I lifted it, I caught a whiff of that same medicinal lavender scent. The second version whispered to me in sensations rather than facts. The feeling that my brother hadn't left the house in a hurry, but had been helped to leave. The certainty that someone else had been here, someone who knew his routines well enough to restore the house to its normal appearance, but not well enough to get every detail right. I climbed the stairs, testing each step. The carpet might have shown no indentations, but my feet found soft spots where the padding underneath had compressed. Someone had walked these stairs recently, someone heavier than my brother or carrying additional weight. At the top of the stairs, I knelt beside where the shoe had been. The floorboard beneath creaked in a way I'd never noticed before. When I pressed my palm against the spot, the wood felt different, not just worn, but somehow stained, not with anything visible, but with the memory of something that had happened here. The two versions of events began to blur together, the hurried departure and the careful staging, the routine mourning and the interrupted struggle. My brother's excitement about a new opportunity and someone else's knowledge of his schedule, his habits, his vulnerabilities. I found myself unable to leave the house. Each time I reached for the door handle, that cold sensation returned, stronger than before. The umbrella in the stand seemed to watch me, its dry fabric somehow accusatory. The windows reflected not just my face, but shadows of movement that shouldn't have been there. The shoe haunted me. I'd moved it from the top of the stairs to the entryway, thinking to take it with me, but it seemed to resist being paired with its mate. The two shoes sat together by the door, but they looked wrong, as if they belonged to different people, different moments, different versions of the truth. I called the investigators again, but my voice caught when I tried to explain what I'd discovered. How do you tell someone that a house feels wrong, that the silence carries weight, that a single shoe contains more questions than answers? How do you explain that your brother might have left in a hurry, or might never have left at all? The clock in the hallway had stopped ticking by the time I finally forced myself to leave. The lavender scent followed me to the door, clinging to my clothes like a warning or a promise. As I stepped outside, I heard a sound from within the house, soft, like someone settling into a chair or adjusting their position on a stair step. But when I turned back, the windows were dark and still. I drive past the house sometimes now, drawn by the same compulsion that made me pick up that shoe. The investigators closed the case, satisfied with their evidence of no disturbance, no struggle, no crime. My brother remains missing, presumably having left of his own accord for reasons known only to him. But I carry both versions of the truth with me. The logical explanation that brings comfort to everyone else, and the darker possibility that lives in the spaces between certainties. The shoe sits in my own closet now, waiting for its mate to return, or for me to finally understand which story it's trying to tell. Some nights I wake with the taste of lavender in my mouth and the certainty that I'm missing something crucial. Other nights I dream of my brother walking quickly through his house, eager to meet whatever opportunity awaited him beyond his front door. I no longer know which version I believe, or if believing matters at all. The truth exists somewhere between the disturbed carpet and the undisturbed dust, between the hurried departure and the careful staging, between the brother who left and the brother who never could. The only certainty is that single shoe and the questions it continues to ask. Story 3. I told them I hadn't stayed long, just a brief stroll and back again, nothing more. The sidewalk was wet, gleaming under the dim streetlights, each step a muffled echo on the slick concrete. My coat was damp, clinging unpleasantly, carrying the scent of rain-soaked earth. Nearby, the low hum of distant traffic blended with the rustle of leaves in the chilly breeze. My shoes left faint impressions in the soft ground, prints that trailed far longer than a quick return. The watch on my wrist ticked, steady yet naggingly out of sync with the time I claimed to return. A single droplet traced its path down the back of my neck, a reminder of where I lingered, but the key was still warm in my pocket. The warmth bothered me more than the cold rain. Keys should be cold after sitting in fabric for hours, shouldn't they? Metal holds temperature like memory holds truth reluctantly, and only when pressed. I remember thinking this as I stood in the doorway, water pooling at my feet, watching their faces search mine for something I wasn't sure I could give them. But I'm getting ahead of myself, or behind myself. Time moves strangely when you're trying to remember what actually happened versus what you told people happened. The two stories live in different rooms of your mind, and sometimes you forget which door you've opened. The questioning started because of the neighbor. She had a way of watching from her kitchen window that made you feel exposed even when you were doing nothing wrong. I'd catch her silhouette there, coffee mug in hand, eyes tracking movement like a security camera that never blinks. She was the one who mentioned my walk took longer than I'd said, much longer. I tried to explain that time feels different in the rain. Minutes stretch and compress like water finding its way through cracks. You think you've been gone 20 minutes, but the world insists it was an hour. The world keeps better time than we do, apparently. That's what I told them anyway. The truth is I don't remember leaving the house with any particular destination in mind. I remember the feeling of needing air, needing space, needing the kind of silence that only comes when you're moving through empty streets with rain as your only companion. My feet chose the direction. My mind followed reluctantly, the way it always does when something feels inevitable. There's a park 6 blocks from my house. Not the kind of park with playgrounds and families, but the forgotten kind with overgrown paths and benches that haven't been painted in decades. The kind of place where people go to think about things they can't think about anywhere else. I found myself there without remembering the walk, standing under a street lamp that flickered like it was trying to send a message in code. That's where I saw the car. It was parked at the far end of the lot, engine running, headlights cutting through the rain like tired eyes. Someone was sitting inside, but the distance and the weather made it impossible to see who. I stood there watching, and they sat there waiting, and for a moment the whole world felt suspended between those two states of being. I should have left then, should have turned around and walked home and never mentioned the car to anyone. But there's something about rain that makes you feel invisible, like you can observe without being observed, so I moved closer. The car was dark blue or black, hard to tell in the dim light. Sedan, maybe 10 years old, with a small dent in the rear bumper that caught the streetlight just so. The license plate was muddy, unreadable. The person inside remained perfectly still, hands on the steering wheel, face turned toward the park entrance as if waiting for someone specific. I remember thinking how lonely it looked, that car in the rain, how patient, how deliberate. Then the engine cut off. The silence that followed was profound, the kind that makes you aware of your own breathing, your own heartbeat, your own presence in a space where maybe you don't belong. I stepped back instinctively, deeper into the shadows between 2 oak trees whose branches formed a canopy that barely kept the rain off. The car door opened. I can't tell you why I stayed, can't explain the magnetism of watching something unfold that you know you shouldn't be watching. It's like passing an accident on the highway your rational mind says look away, but something deeper insists you need to see, need to understand, need to witness whatever truth is about to reveal itself. The figure that emerged was wearing a long coat similar to mine, dark hair, average height, moving with the kind of purposeful stride that suggests familiarity with the terrain. They walked directly to the bench where I sometimes sit when I need to think, the one facing the pond that reflects the streetlights like scattered coins. They sat down and waited. For what I couldn't say, for whom I couldn't guess, but the waiting had a quality to it that suggested certainty, like they knew exactly how long they'd need to sit there and exactly what would happen next. I envied that certainty. My own life felt like a series of questions without clear answers, decisions made without adequate information, conversations that ended before reaching their natural conclusion. The rain intensified, drumming against the leaves above my head with increasing urgency. My coat grew heavier with accumulated moisture. My feet began to ache from standing motionless on the uneven ground. Still, I couldn't bring myself to leave. The figure on the bench never moved, never checked a phone, never looked around, never showed any sign of impatience or doubt. They simply sat there in the rain as if waiting was their natural state, as if they could sit there forever if necessary. I began to wonder if I was witnessing something significant or something completely ordinary. Maybe this person came here every night. Maybe this was their routine, their ritual, their way of processing whatever needed processing. Maybe I was the strange one, standing in the shadows watching someone else's perfectly normal evening unfold. But then another car arrived. This one was white, newer, with headlights that seemed brighter and more aggressive than the first. It parked beside the dark sedan, and for a moment both engines idled together, creating a low harmonic hum that seemed to vibrate through the ground beneath my feet. The second car's door opened and another figure emerged, taller than the first, wearing lighter colored clothing that made them more visible in the dim light. They approached the bench with less certainty, their gait suggesting hesitation or perhaps reluctance. The two figures faced each other across the space of the parked bench, too far away for me to hear their voices, but close enough to sense the tension in their postures, the careful distance they maintained, the way they both seemed poised to flee at any moment. They talked for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Time moves differently when you're watching other people's lives unfold from a distance. You become hyper-aware of every gesture, every shift in body language, every pause in conversation that might mean something or might mean nothing at all. Then the taller figure reached into their coat. My breath caught in my throat, every muscle in my body tensed, preparing for something I couldn't name but instinctively feared. The motion was slow, deliberate, careful not to startle the person on the bench. They withdrew something small, something that caught the streetlight for just a moment before being passed from one hand to another. An envelope, white, standard size, thick enough to contain several pages or something more substantial than a simple letter. The exchange was brief, businesslike, final. No handshake, no embrace, no gesture of farewell. Just the transfer of the envelope and then both figures walking back to their respective cars. The engines started simultaneously. The headlights swept across the park as both vehicles turned around, briefly illuminating the bench where they'd met, the path where they'd walked, the trees where I stood hidden and watching. For a terrifying moment, I thought the light might find me, might expose my presence and turn me from observer into participant. But the cars drove away in opposite directions, leaving the park empty except for the rain and the flickering street lamp and me, standing among the oak trees with water dripping from my hair and questions multiplying in my mind like cells dividing. I should have gone home then, should have walked back the way I came and never spoken of what I'd seen. Should have filed it away as one of those strange urban encounters that happen to everyone occasionally, the brief glimpses into other people's private dramas that remind you how little you really know about the world around you. Instead, I walked to the bench. The wood was slick with rain, darker where the two figures had sat. I ran my hand along the surface, feeling for I don't know what, evidence maybe, some trace of their presence, some clue to their purpose, some answer to the questions that were already beginning to consume me. There was nothing, just wet wood and the lingering sense that something important had happened here, something that would ripple outward in ways I couldn't predict or understand. I sat down where one of them had sat. The rain soaked through my coat immediately, but I didn't care. I needed to feel what they had felt, see what they had seen, understand what had drawn them to this particular place at this particular time. The park looked different from the bench, more intimate, more enclosed. The street lamps created pools of visibility connected by corridors of shadow. Anyone could be watching from those dark spaces between the lights, just as I had been watching moments before. The thought made me feel exposed and vulnerable, but also strangely powerful. To watch is to hold secrets. To hold secrets is to possess a kind of currency that can't be earned through honest work. I tried to imagine what the conversation had been about. Business deal, blackmail, love affair, family dispute. Each possibility seemed equally plausible and equally insufficient to explain the careful choreography I'd witnessed, the precise timing, the obvious familiarity with the location. Then I noticed the cigarette butt. It was tucked under the edge of the bench, protected from the rain by the wooden slat above. Fresh, still fragrant with tobacco and something else I couldn't identify. Expensive tobacco, the kind that comes from specialty shops rather than convenience stores. The filter was stained with lipstick or lip gloss, a deep red that looked almost black in the dim light. I picked it up without thinking, turned it over in my fingers like it might reveal its secrets through touch. The paper was high quality, the tobacco finely cut. This wasn't someone's casual smoking habit. This was someone who chose their cigarettes with the same care they chose their meeting places. I slipped it into my pocket next to my keys. The walk home passed in a blur of streetlights and reflections, my mind replaying the scene over and over, each repetition adding new details or changing existing ones. Had the envelope been white or cream-colored? Had the taller figure hesitated before approaching? Or was that my imagination filling in gaps? Had they spoken in whispers or normal voices that simply couldn't carry over the distance and through the rain? Memory is unreliable even under the best circumstances. When you're trying to remember something you weren't supposed to be seeing in the first place, it becomes even more suspect. But the cigarette butt was real, solid evidence that I hadn't imagined the entire encounter. By the time I reached my front door, my story was already forming. A brief walk, nothing more. Bad weather drove me home quickly. I'd been gone 20 minutes, maybe 30 at most. Simple, believable, forgettable. But the neighbor had been watching. The neighbor always watched, and the neighbor had a different version of events. According to her, I'd been gone for over an hour. According to her, I'd walked with purpose, not like someone taking a casual stroll. According to her, I'd returned looking different somehow, more alert, more aware, like someone who'd seen something they weren't supposed to see. They asked me about it the next morning. Casual questions at first, the kind neighbors ask when they're concerned about your well-being. Was everything all right? Did I enjoy my walk? The weather was terrible, wasn't it? I stuck to my story, brief stroll home quickly, nothing eventful. But my answers felt hollow even to me, like I was reading lines from a script I hadn't properly memorized. The cigarette butt burned in my pocket like a guilty secret, like evidence of a crime I hadn't committed but somehow felt responsible for. That's when the real questions started, not from neighbors, but from people with badges and notebooks, and the kind of patient persistence that suggested they had all the time in the world to wait for better answers. Something had happened in the park that night. Something that made my presence there significant, my timing suspicious, my story worth examining under the harsh light of official scrutiny. They wouldn't tell me what exactly. They just kept asking about my walk, my route, what I'd seen, who I'd encountered, why my shoes were so muddy for such a brief outing. I began to wonder if the two figures I'd watched were wondering about me too. If they'd noticed the observer in the shadows, if they were trying to identify the witness to their midnight exchange. The thought made me feel hunted and hunting simultaneously, predator and prey in a game whose rules I didn't understand. The cigarette butt sat in my dresser drawer, wrapped in tissue paper like a precious artifact. I told myself I was keeping it as evidence, but evidence of what, and for whom? I couldn't report what I'd seen without admitting I'd been lying about my whereabouts, without revealing myself as someone who lurked in shadows and watched other people's private business. So I said nothing, answered their questions with careful honesty about everything except the most important details. Yes, I'd walked to the park. No, I hadn't seen anyone there. Yes, the weather was terrible. No, I couldn't explain why my walk had taken longer than I'd initially claimed. Time moves strangely in the rain, I repeated. Minutes stretch and compress like water finding its way through cracks. They wrote everything down in their notebooks with the kind of methodical precision that suggested my words would be analyzed, cross-referenced, compared against other statements from other witnesses who might have seen things I hadn't seen or remembered things I'd chosen to forget. Eventually, they stopped asking questions, not because they were satisfied with my answers, I think, but because they'd found better sources of information, more reliable witnesses, clearer evidence of whatever had really happened that night in the rain. But I kept thinking about the envelope, white or cream-colored, thick enough to contain something significant, passed from one hand to another with the kind of care reserved for valuable or dangerous things. What had been inside: money, documents, photographs, threats, love letters. The possibilities multiplied in my mind like ripples in a pond, each one leading to new questions, new scenarios, new reasons why two strangers might meet in an empty park during a rainstorm. I started walking by the park more often. Not at night, not in the rain, but during daylight hours when I could examine the bench more closely, study the sight lines from different angles, understand the geography of that evening in ways that darkness and weather had prevented. The bench looked ordinary in daylight, just weathered wood and metal, scarred by years of use and neglect. No plaques, no memorial inscriptions, no indication that it held any special significance for anyone. The kind of anonymous public furniture that exists in thousands of parks in hundreds of cities, serving its function without calling attention to itself. But I began to notice things. Cigarette butts of the same expensive brand, always tucked under the edge of the seat where they'd be protected from rain. Never more than one or two at a time, suggesting regular but infrequent visits. The tobacco was always fresh, never more than a few days old. Someone was still coming here. Someone was still smoking expensive cigarettes and leaving them behind like breadcrumbs marking a trail I couldn't follow. I considered waiting, hiding among the oak trees again, trying to witness another midnight exchange. But the thought filled me with a dread I couldn't name, a certainty that some knowledge is too dangerous to pursue, some secrets too costly to uncover. Instead, I collected the cigarette butts, not all of them, just one or two each time I visited, careful not to disturb the pattern too obviously. I wrapped them in tissue paper and stored them in my dresser drawer with the first one, building a collection of evidence that proved nothing and explained less. My walks became routine, then compulsion, then obsession. Every few days I'd find myself at the park, checking the bench, searching for new signs of activity, new clues to the mystery that had consumed my thoughts since that rainy night. The questions from the authorities stopped, but the questions in my own mind multiplied. I began to research the park's history, looking for patterns, connections, explanations for why someone might choose this particular location for their clandestine meetings. The internet yielded fragments of information: construction dates, renovation projects, crime statistics, community meeting minutes, but nothing that illuminated the significance of the bench or the people who used it for purposes other than rest. I started paying attention to the news differently, scanning headlines for stories that might connect to what I'd witnessed. Missing persons, unsolved crimes, business scandals, political corruption. Everything seemed potentially relevant and simultaneously meaningless, like trying to solve a puzzle without knowing what the completed picture was supposed to look like. The neighbor stopped watching from her kitchen window. Or maybe she just became more subtle about it, more aware that her observations had consequences, that casual surveillance could become official testimony if circumstances required it. I missed her presence, strangely enough. Being watched had made me feel significant, like my movements mattered to someone, even if I didn't understand why. Now I felt invisible again, free to come and go without scrutiny, but also without the peculiar validation that comes from being noticed, from having your existence acknowledged even by someone whose motives you don't trust. The seasons changed. Rain gave way to snow, then snow to spring warmth, then warmth to summer heat. Through it all, I kept visiting the park, kept collecting cigarette butts, kept wondering about the envelope and its contents, and the two figures whose paths had crossed so briefly in my presence. The expensive tobacco never stopped appearing. Someone was still coming here, still smoking, still leaving traces of their presence for me to find and catalog and wonder about. The consistency was both comforting and unsettling, proof that I hadn't imagined the entire encounter, but also evidence that whatever I'd witnessed was ongoing, part of a larger pattern I couldn't perceive from my limited vantage point. I began to vary my visiting times, hoping to catch another glimpse of the mysterious smoker. Early morning, late afternoon, weekend evenings when families might be using the park for legitimate recreational purposes. But I never saw anyone paying special attention to the bench, never caught anyone in the act of leaving behind their expensive tobacco remnants. It was as if they knew I was looking, as if they'd adjusted their schedule to avoid my surveillance just as I'd once hidden to observe theirs. The thought that I might be as visible to them as they'd been to me was both thrilling and terrifying, a reminder that in any game of watching and being watched, you can never be certain which role you're actually playing. The cigarette butts accumulated in my dresser drawer like archaeological evidence of something I couldn't name. Each one carefully preserved, dated, cataloged according to the weather conditions and time of day I'd found it. A forensic record of someone else's habit, someone else's routine, someone else's reason for returning again and again to this particular spot. I told myself I was being methodical, scientific, approaching the mystery with the kind of systematic investigation it deserved. But I knew I was really feeding an obsession, nurturing a curiosity that had grown beyond my ability to control or satisfy. The drawer began to smell like tobacco, expensive and foreign and somehow intimate. Opening it released a cloud of scent that transported me back to that rainy night, to the tension of watching strangers exchange secrets, to the weight of knowledge I couldn't share and couldn't forget. I started smoking the cigarettes. Not all of them, just one occasionally, usually late at night when sleep wouldn't come and questions circled in my mind like water going down a drain. The tobacco was rich, complex, nothing like the harsh convenience store brands I'd tried in college. This was tobacco chosen by someone with refined tastes, someone who understood the difference between consumption and experience. Smoking them felt like communion with the unknown figure who'd left them behind. Each inhalation brought me closer to understanding their world, their perspective, their reasons for choosing this particular brand and this particular meeting place. Or maybe I was just romanticizing a simple habit, attributing significance to choices that were purely practical or accidental. But the ritual became important to me. Sitting on my back porch in the darkness, smoking expensive tobacco and thinking about envelopes and rain and the weight of secrets that belonged to other people. The cigarettes burned slowly, evenly, with the kind of craftsmanship that suggested they were made by people who understood tobacco as an art form rather than just a product. I began to dream about the park. Not nightmares exactly, but vivid, repetitive dreams where I was always watching from the shadows, always witnessing exchanges I couldn't quite remember upon waking. In the dreams, the envelope was sometimes white, sometimes cream, sometimes brown or yellow or black. Its contents shifted like smoke money, photographs, documents, letters, objects I couldn't identify but knew were significant. The two figures in my dreams were sometimes the same people I'd actually seen, sometimes strangers, sometimes people I recognized from my daily life transformed into conspirators and secret keepers. The dreams felt more real than my waking memories, more detailed, more emotionally resonant. I began to wonder if my subconscious was processing information my conscious mind had missed, filling in details that observation in poor light and bad weather had failed to capture. Or maybe the dreams were just my mind's way of trying to create narrative coherence from fragments of experience that didn't actually connect to anything larger or more meaningful than coincidence and curiosity. The authorities never came back. Whatever they'd been investigating had apparently reached some kind of resolution that didn't require further input from casual witnesses who'd happened to be in the wrong place at the right time. I felt simultaneously relieved and disappointed, grateful to be left alone, but also abandoned by the sense of importance that their attention had provided. I was just a person who'd taken a walk in the rain and seen something that might or might not have been significant. My role in whatever larger story was unfolding had been reduced to a footnote, a minor detail that didn't affect the main plot in any measurable way. But I still had the cigarette butts, still had my collection of evidence that proved someone else shared my interest in this particular bench, this particular location, this particular ritual of meeting and smoking and leaving traces behind for others to find and wonder about. I began to think of myself as a curator of mysteries, a keeper of secrets that weren't quite secrets because I didn't really know what they meant. The tobacco in my drawer connected me to someone whose identity I'd never learn, whose motivations I'd never understand, whose story would forever remain incomplete from my perspective. There was something beautiful about that incompleteness, something satisfying about being part of a narrative without needing to understand its beginning, middle, or end. I was a minor character in someone else's story, but I was also the author of my own interpretation, free to imagine whatever explanations best suited my need for meaning and connection. The seasons cycled again. More rain, more snow, more warmth, more heat. The park changed with the weather, but the bench remained constant, and the cigarette butts continued to appear with the same mysterious regularity. Whoever was leaving them had established a routine that transcended seasonal variations, a commitment to this place and this practice that spoke to something deeper than casual habit. I found myself respecting this unknown person, admiring their consistency, their dedication to whatever purpose brought them here repeatedly over months and years. In a world of constant change and impermanence, they'd created something stable, something reliable, something that could be counted on even if it couldn't be understood. My own visits became less frequent as the mystery settled into familiarity. I still came to the park, still checked the bench, still collected the occasional cigarette butt from my growing archive. But the urgent curiosity that had initially driven me had evolved into something more like companionship, a sense of shared connection with someone I'd never meet, but whose presence I'd learned to recognize and appreciate. The drawer in my dresser had become a shrine to this unknown relationship, filled with carefully preserved evidence of someone else's rituals and my own obsession with understanding them. Opening it still released that distinctive scent, still transported me back to that first rainy night when I'd become an accidental witness to something I couldn't name. But the scent was changing, becoming more familiar, less mysterious. The tobacco that had once seemed exotic and significant now smelled like home, like comfort, like the physical manifestation of questions that no longer demanded answers because they'd become more valuable as questions than any answers could possibly be. I realized I'd stopped wanting to solve the mystery, stopped needing to know who the figures were, what the envelope contained, why they'd chosen this particular place for their exchange. The not knowing had become its own kind of knowledge, its own form of satisfaction. Understanding would have diminished the experience, reduced it to facts and explanations that couldn't possibly match the richness of uncertainty, the creative possibilities of unanswered questions, the intimate connection I'd developed with someone whose identity would forever remain unknown. So I kept visiting the park, kept collecting evidence, kept smoking expensive tobacco on my back porch, and thinking about rain and shadows and the weight of other people's secrets. Not because I expected to solve anything, but because the ritual itself had become meaningful, had become my own kind of meeting with mystery, my own way of participating in something larger than my daily routine. The cigarette butts in my drawer were no longer clues to be analyzed, but artifacts to be treasured, physical proof that some experiences transcend explanation, that some connections exist outside the realm of rational understanding, that some stories are more powerful when they remain unfinished. I'd become a character in my own mystery, a keeper of secrets that weren't quite secrets, a witness to events whose significance lay not in their meaning, but in their capacity to generate meaning, to create space for imagination and wonder in a world that often feels too small for either. And sometimes, on rainy nights when the streetlights gleam on wet pavement and the air smells of earth and possibility, I walk to the park and sit on the bench and smoke expensive tobacco, and remember what it felt like to watch other people's lives unfold from the shadows, to hold knowledge that Belange's story for. I stood rooted in the dim room, sensing more than seeing. The window, slightly ajar, allowed in whispers of an unfelt breeze, playing with edges of untamed papers. Each creak in the wooden floor seemed to echo longer, the shadows stretched unnaturally, blurring the line between stillness and motion. Every fiber of the room held its breath, waiting for something it refused to share with me. I had resolved to remain unnoticed, an audience to this silent play, but then a trace of cold slid across my skin, a presence that hadn't been there moments before. The scent hit me first, not the musty dampness I expected from an apartment left empty for weeks, but something sharper, metallic, like copper pennies held too long in a sweaty palm. I pressed my back against the doorframe, listening to my own breathing mix with the subtle sounds of the building settling around us. She had asked me to come here. Her voice on the phone carried that particular tremor I'd learned to recognize, the one that meant trouble was already circling, waiting to land. The key she'd left under the loose brick felt heavier than it should have when I picked it up. Now, standing in what should have been her sanctuary, I wondered if I'd made a mistake. The papers scattered near the window weren't random. Even in the half-light, I could see they'd been arranged with purpose, then disturbed. Legal documents mixed with handwritten notes, their edges curling in the humid air. I approached slowly, careful not to disturb whatever story they might tell. Her handwriting looked different. The careful loops I remembered from birthday cards and grocery lists had given way to something more urgent, more jagged. Words pressed deep into the paper as if the pen might break under the pressure of whatever she'd been trying to capture. I lifted one sheet, squinting at the ink that seemed to blur before my eyes. The phone number written at the top belonged to someone I'd never heard her mention. Below it, fragments of conversation transcribed in that desperate script. Questions about money, about debts, about promises made and broken. The words felt heavy in the silence, each one adding weight to the growing certainty that I didn't know her as well as I'd believed. A sound from the hallway made me freeze, footsteps measured and deliberate, approaching the door I'd left slightly open. I folded the paper quickly, sliding it into my jacket pocket as the steps paused just outside. The silence stretched until I began to wonder if I'd imagined the sound entirely. When the footsteps resumed, moving past the door and fading down the hall, I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. But something had changed in those moments of waiting. The room felt smaller now, more confined. The shadows seemed to press closer, and that metallic scent grew stronger. I moved toward the bedroom, each step deliberate and quiet. The floorboards complained under my weight, their protests seeming unnaturally loud in the oppressive stillness. The door stood open, revealing a space that should have been familiar but felt foreign, as if someone had rearranged not just the furniture but the very air itself. Her bed was made with military precision, corners tucked tight and pillows arranged just so. This wasn't how she lived. I'd seen her space before: comfortable chaos, books stacked on every surface, clothes draped over chairs. This sterile perfection belonged to someone else, or perhaps to a version of her I'd never met. The dresser drawers hung open at odd angles, their contents partially visible. Someone had searched through them, but carefully, trying to maintain an illusion of order. I approached slowly, drawn by a photograph that lay face down on the surface. When I turned it over, my own face stared back at me, but the expression wasn't one I remembered wearing. We stood together in the image, but something about our postures suggested distance rather than closeness. Her smile looked forced, and my eyes seemed focused on something beyond the camera's range. I couldn't recall when or where this picture had been taken, though the background suggested someplace I should have remembered. The bathroom door was closed, a thin line of light visible beneath it. I hadn't turned on any lights when I entered the apartment, and the growing dusk outside couldn't account for that steady glow. My hand hesitated on the doorknob, cold metal against my palm. The silence on the other side felt different from the rest of the apartment, not empty, but expectant. Inside, the medicine cabinet hung open, its mirror reflecting the overhead bulb in harsh fragments. Prescription bottles lined the shelves, their labels turned away from view. I reached for one, then stopped. Whatever secrets these containers held, I wasn't sure I was ready to learn them. The bathtub was dry, but water stains marked the porcelain in patterns that suggested recent use. A towel lay crumpled on the floor, still damp to the touch. The fabric felt wrong somehow, coarser than what she usually preferred. I lifted it to my face without thinking, catching a scent that wasn't hers. Someone else had been here, someone who'd used her space with casual familiarity. Back in the living room, I noticed details I'd missed in my initial survey. A coffee cup sat on the side table, lipstick staining the rim in a shade too dark for her complexion. The liquid inside had formed a skin across its surface, suggesting it had been abandoned for some time. Yet the cup was warm when I touched it, as if it had been recently heated. The answering machine blinked with unheard messages. I hesitated before pressing play, knowing that once I heard those voices, there would be no unknowing what they revealed. The first message was routine: a dentist's office confirming an appointment. The second made me sink into the nearest chair. Her voice, but not her voice. The words were hers, but the tone carried an edge I'd never heard before. She spoke to someone she called by a name that meant nothing to me, discussing arrangements and agreements that painted her as a stranger. The woman on that recording sounded capable of things I'd never imagined, speaking with the casual confidence of someone comfortable with deception. I played the message again, listening for some sign that I'd misunderstood. But each word confirmed what I was beginning to suspect, that the person I thought I knew had been performing a role, and I'd been too willing an audience to notice the inconsistencies. The final message was different, a man's voice calm but insistent. He spoke about deadlines and consequences, about promises that needed to be kept. His words carried the weight of authority, but also something else, affection perhaps, or possession. The way he said her name suggested an intimacy that excluded me entirely. I sat in the growing darkness, letting the implications settle around me like dust. The apartment felt different now, not just empty but deliberately abandoned. Every carefully placed object, every open drawer, told a story of someone preparing for departure or disappearance. The papers by the window rustled in another unfelt breeze, and I noticed something I'd missed before. Among the scattered documents was a bus schedule, certain routes highlighted in the same desperate handwriting I'd found on the notes. The destinations meant nothing to me, but they'd been circled with the same urgency that marked everything else she'd left behind. My phone buzzed against my chest, the vibration unnaturally loud in the silence. The number wasn't one I recognized, but something about the pattern of digits felt familiar. I answered without thinking, pressing the device to my ear and waiting for whoever was on the other end to speak first. The voice that emerged was hers, but filtered through distance and static. She spoke my name like a question, as if she wasn't certain I would answer. Her words came quickly, tumbling over each other in their haste to be heard. She needed me to understand something, she said, something important, but the connection was poor, and her voice faded in and out like a radio station just beyond reach. I pressed the phone closer, straining to catch every word. She mentioned the apartment, the papers, the messages I would find. She spoke about choices she'd made and prices she'd had to pay. Her voice carried a weight of exhaustion that made her sound older, more fragile than I remembered. Then the line went dead, leaving me holding a silent device in a room that felt suddenly too large and too small simultaneously. The silence that followed was different from what had come before. It felt expectant, as if the apartment itself was waiting to see what I would do with the information I'd gathered. The shadows had deepened while I'd been distracted by the phone call, and now the room existed in that liminal space between day and night where familiar objects become foreign. I stood slowly, my muscles stiff from sitting in the uncomfortable chair. The papers by the window seemed to call to me, promising answers I wasn't sure I wanted. But as I approached them again, I noticed something that made me stop short. The arrangement had changed. Documents that had been scattered were now stacked with deliberate precision. Someone had been in the room while I was focused on the phone. The realization should have frightened me, but instead it brought a strange sort of clarity. I wasn't alone in this space, hadn't been alone since I'd first stepped through the door. Someone had been watching, waiting, orchestrating each discovery I'd made. The question wasn't whether she was in danger, but whether I was. I gathered the papers quickly, no longer caring about preserving their original arrangement. Whatever game was being played here, I'd been cast as a participant rather than an observer. The documents felt heavier now, weighted with implications I was only beginning to understand. Among them, I found something that made my hands shake, a letter addressed to me, in handwriting that looked like mine but felt wrong somehow. The words inside described actions I couldn't remember taking, conversations I couldn't recall having. According to the letter, I'd been more than just a friend to her. I'd been a partner in whatever enterprise had led to this moment. The signature at the bottom was mine, but the person who'd written those words was a stranger to me. Outside, the sounds of the city continued their familiar rhythm, but they seemed muffled now, as if the apartment existed in a bubble separate from the rest of the world. I moved toward the window, needing to see something real and unchanging, but even the view had been altered. Buildings I remembered were missing, replaced by structures that cast different shadows and blocked familiar sight lines. The photograph I'd found earlier lay on the dresser where I'd left it, but when I looked at it again, the image had changed. Or perhaps my perception of it had shifted. What I'd initially seen as distance between us now looked like conspiracy. Our expressions suggested shared secrets, mutual understanding of something beyond the frame's boundaries. I slipped the photograph into my pocket alongside the papers and the letter that bore my signature. The weight of these artifacts felt like evidence, but of what crime I couldn't say. The apartment had revealed its secrets gradually, but each answer had spawned new questions, creating a web of uncertainty that grew more complex with every thread I tried to follow. The front door stood where I'd left it, slightly ajar, offering escape from this maze of implications. But as I approached it, I realized that leaving wouldn't solve anything. The questions I'd uncovered here would follow me, demanding answers I might not be capable of providing. The woman who'd asked me to come here had known this would happen. She'd orchestrated not just my discovery of her secrets, but my entanglement in whatever web she'd woven. I paused at the threshold, looking back at the apartment one final time. In the gathering darkness, it looked almost normal again. Just another empty room waiting for its occupant to return. But I knew now that she wouldn't be coming back, not in any way that mattered. Whatever transformation had begun in this space was complete, and the person I'd known was as gone as if she'd never existed. The hallway beyond the door stretched in both directions, offering choices that felt equally uncertain. I could return to my own life, pretending this encounter had never happened, or I could follow the trail she'd left, pursuing answers that might lead me further from the truth rather than closer to it. Both paths seemed to lead into darkness, but one was familiar while the other promised only questions. I stepped into the hallway, pulling the door closed behind me. The key felt different in my hand now, heavier and more significant. I could return it to its hiding place under the loose brick, completing the circle she'd drawn, or I could keep it, accepting whatever responsibility that choice implied. The decision felt weightier than it should have, as if the key opened more than just her door. The building around me was quiet, its other occupants hidden behind their own closed doors. But I could feel their presence, sense their awareness of my passage through their shared space. How many of them knew her real story? How many had been watching as events unfolded, waiting to see what role I would play in whatever drama was reaching its conclusion? As I descended the stairs, each step echoing in the narrow stairwell, I realized that the questions I'd uncovered weren't really about her at all. They were about me, about the person I'd revealed myself to be through my choices and reactions. The apartment had been a test, and I wasn't sure whether I'd passed or failed. The street outside looked the same as when I'd arrived, but my perception of it had been altered by what I'd experienced inside. Every shadow could hide an observer. Every passerby might be connected to the story I'd stumbled into. The familiar had become foreign, and I wondered if I'd ever be able to see the world the same way again. I walked slowly, in no hurry to reach any particular destination. The papers in my pocket rustled with each step, reminding me of the weight I now carried. Somewhere in this city, she was waiting to see what I would do with what I'd learned, whether I would become an ally or an obstacle in whatever plan she was executing. The choice was mine, but I was no longer certain who was making it. Story 5. Each evening when the sky turned a deep indigo, I would hear the unmistakable sound of the door settling, a soft click and then a gentle sigh as it closed firmly, always twice. It was a rhythm I could count on, like the rustle of leaves in the breeze or the ticking of a distant clock. At first, I hardly noticed it, just another sound in the background of my routine. But last Tuesday, something shifted. The door clicked once and remained ajar. It seemed inconsequential, a small oversight, surely. Yet as the days passed, the second click grew fainter, until today it didn't echo at all. Now I can't help but wonder if I have always heard it wrong. The nausea sits heavy in my stomach like a stone dropped into still water, rippling outward through my chest. It's been there for weeks now, this persistent wrongness that coats my throat and makes swallowing difficult. I wake with it. I carry it through the motions of brushing teeth, making coffee, pretending normalcy exists somewhere in the careful arrangement of my morning routine. But the door, always the door. I find myself standing at the window, watching. The glass feels cold against my forehead as I press into it, seeking some kind of anchor. My breath fogs the surface, and I trace patterns in the condensation without thinking. Letters that spell nothing, shapes that mean everything and nothing at all. The woman downstairs used to hum while she watered her plants. A melody I never recognized but came to expect, threading through the late afternoon air like smoke. Her voice would drift up through my open window, soft and unconscious, the kind of sound that becomes part of the architecture of your day. When did she stop humming? I can't remember the exact moment. Memory has become unreliable, full of gaps that feel intentional, as if someone has been editing my recollections while I sleep. There are photographs in my mind that don't quite align with what I think I remember. The woman's face, for instance. Sometimes I see her clearly round cheeks, silver hair pulled back, hands gentle with the green leaves. Other times she blurs at the edges, becomes indistinct, like trying to focus on something underwater. The detective had small hands. I remember that with startling clarity. Small hands and a way of holding his pen that made me think of a child learning to write. He asked questions that seemed to circle around something without ever landing directly on it. His voice was patient, measured, the kind of tone reserved for dealing with the potentially unstable. Can you tell me about the evening you noticed the change? But which change? The door that stopped clicking twice, the humming that ceased, the way shadows began falling differently across my living room floor. The questions felt loaded with assumptions I couldn't grasp, weighted with implications that slipped away every time I tried to examine them directly. I told him about the routine, how I would sit in my chair by the window each evening, book in hand, half reading, half listening to the familiar sounds of the building settling into night. The elevator's mechanical wheeze, footsteps in the hallway above, television murmur through thin walls, and always the double click of the door below. Whose door? He asked. Such a simple question, it should have had a simple answer. The apartment beneath mine has been empty for months. I know this because the landlord mentioned it during one of our brief encounters in the lobby. A vacancy, he said, difficult to fill because of the layout, the lighting, something about the previous tenant leaving abruptly. But that doesn't align with the sounds I've been hearing, the humming, the door. My hands shake as I pour another cup of coffee. The liquid sloshes over the rim, dark stains spreading across the counter like ink blots. I stare at the patterns they make and see faces, landscapes, accusations written in caffeine and ceramic. The woman's plants are still there. I can see them from my window, lined up along her balcony railing. But they're brown now, brittle, neglected. When did that happen? How long have I been watching dead plants and hearing phantom doors? The detective's questions echo in my head, persistent as the nausea. He wanted to know about my sleep patterns, my medication, whether I lived alone. He wanted to know about the complaints from other tenants about noise late at night, footsteps, doors slamming, sounds coming from the empty apartment below. But I'm careful about noise. I've always been careful. I take my shoes off at the door, walk softly across the hardwood floors, keep the television volume low. The complaints couldn't be about me. Could they? Memory fractures like glass. I see myself standing in the hallway outside the woman's door, my hand raised to knock. But why? What was I going to say? The image dissolves before I can grasp its meaning, leaving only the sensation of urgency, of something important left undone. The key fits perfectly in her lock. This memory arrives without context, sharp and clear as a photograph. My hand turning metal in metal, the satisfying click of tumblers falling into place. But that's impossible. I don't have her key. I've never had her key. The detective showed me security footage from the hallway camera. Grainy black and white images that could have been anyone, really. A figure moving through the frame, pausing at doors, sometimes disappearing for long stretches before emerging again. The timestamp showed late evening hours, the kind of time when most people are settling in for the night. "Is this you?" he asked. The figure on the screen moved with familiar gestures, a particular way of holding shoulders, of tilting head slightly to the left when listening. But the face was always turned away from the camera, always obscured by shadow or angle. I wanted to say no. The word formed in my throat, ready to emerge with conviction. But certainty has become a luxury I can no longer afford. The boundaries between what I remember doing and what I remember thinking about doing have blurred beyond recognition. Her apartment smells like lavender and something else, something sweet and cloying that catches in the back of my throat. The layout mirrors mine but reversed, creating a disorienting funhouse effect where everything is familiar yet wrong. I move through rooms that should feel foreign but don't, past furniture I've never seen but somehow know. The plants are dying because no one waters them anymore. This thought arrives with the weight of responsibility, as if it's my job to tend to her green things, to maintain the life she's no longer here to sustain. But where is she? When did she leave? The questions feel dangerous, like probing a wound that hasn't healed properly. The detective mentioned a missing person report, filed by a daughter who lived several states away, someone who grew worried when weekly phone calls stopped coming. Standard procedure, he said, though his eyes suggested nothing about this was standard at all. I find myself checking the lock on my door obsessively, turning the deadbolt, listening for the click, testing the handle, 1 click, 2 clicks. The sound that started this whole unraveling, reduced now to a compulsion I can't seem to control. The woman's name was written on a piece of mail I found on her kitchen counter. But even as I read it, the letters seemed to rearrange themselves, becoming meaningless shapes that my brain couldn't process into language. Like trying to read in a dream, where words shift and change the moment you focus on them. I dream about doors that won't close properly, about sounds that echo from empty spaces, about conversations with someone whose face I can never quite see clearly. In these dreams, I'm always explaining something important, trying to make someone understand, but the words come out wrong or don't come out at all, and I wake with the taste of frustration coating my tongue. The detective asked about my relationship with the missing woman. Neighbor, I said, just a neighbor. Someone I barely knew beyond polite hallway greetings and the occasional shared elevator ride. But even as I spoke, other memories pressed at the edges of my consciousness. Memories of longer conversations, of invitations extended and accepted, of a friendship that felt more substantial than I was admitting. Why would I lie about something so simple? The question haunts me as I pace my apartment, wearing paths in the hardwood between window and door, door and kitchen, kitchen and window. The repetitive motion should be soothing, but instead it amplifies the wrongness that has taken up residence in my chest. Her spare key was hidden under a planter on her balcony. I know this with absolute certainty, though I can't remember how I came to know it. The knowledge sits in my mind like a foreign object, something that doesn't belong but has somehow taken root. The detective's small hands moved across his notepad, recording details I wasn't sure I was actually providing. His questions came in waves, each one building on the last, creating a structure I couldn't see but could feel forming around me like walls. When did you last see her? The memory surfaces slowly, like something rising from deep water. Her face in the hallway, keys in hand, that familiar humming threading through the air between us. She was wearing a blue sweater, the color of evening sky. Her silver hair caught the overhead light, and she smiled when she saw me. But when was this? The memory has no timestamp, no context that would place it in the sequence of my days. It could have been yesterday or months ago. Time has become elastic, unreliable, subject to forces I don't understand. I started watering her plants without deciding to do it. The action felt automatic, necessary, like breathing or blinking. I would slip into her apartment in the early evening when the building was quiet and the hallways empty. The plants seemed grateful, their leaves perking up under my attention, though some were already too far gone to save. The detective wanted to know about the key, how I had access, when I first entered her apartment, whether I had permission. Permission, such a strange concept when applied to the spaces we inhabit. Did I have permission to hear her humming through my window? Did I have permission to worry when the sound stopped? Did I have permission to care about the slow death of her green things? The questions felt like traps, each one designed to elicit admissions I wasn't prepared to make. But the truth has become slippery, difficult to grasp with any certainty. What I remember and what actually happened seem to exist in parallel universes that occasionally intersect but never fully align. Her apartment holds traces of a life interrupted, a book open on the coffee table, reading glasses resting beside it, a cup in the sink with the ghost of lipstick on the rim, medications lined up on the bathroom counter like small soldiers awaiting orders that will never come. I find myself straightening things, folding the throw blanket draped across her couch, washing the cup and placing it back in the cabinet, small acts of maintenance that feel both intrusive and necessary. The detective showed me photographs of the apartment as they found it. Everything neat and tidy, no signs of struggle or disturbance. Just the ordinary detritus of a life lived quietly, alone, without fanfare or drama. Someone has been taking care of the space, he said, watching my face carefully. The nausea intensifies when I try to remember specific details. My stomach churns with a guilt I don't fully understand, as if my body knows something my mind refuses to acknowledge. I press my hands against my abdomen, trying to contain the sensation, but it spreads upward through my chest like poison. The woman's daughter arrived to collect her mother's belongings. I watched from my window as she struggled with boxes and suitcases, her movements sharp with grief and frustration. She looked up once and caught me watching. Our eyes met through the glass, and I saw something in her expression that made me step back from the window. Recognition, accusation, fear. But we had never met. I was certain of that, at least, wasn't I? The detective's questions became more pointed after the daughter's visit. He wanted to know about my schedule, my habits, my mental health history. He wanted to know if I had ever been treated for memory issues, for episodes of confusion or disorientation. The word episode hung in the air between us like a diagnosis I wasn't ready to receive. I dream about the woman's face, but in the dreams she's trying to tell me something urgent, something I need to remember. Her mouth moves but no sound emerges, or perhaps the sound is there but I can't process it, can't translate it into meaning. I wake from these dreams with the certainty that I've forgotten something crucial, something that would explain the wrongness that has colonized my daily existence. The door downstairs clicks once now, only once. The second click has vanished completely, leaving behind a rhythm that feels broken, incomplete. I sit by my window each evening, listening for the sound that no longer comes, wondering if I imagined it in the first place. But I couldn't have imagined months of consistent double clicks, could I? The detective mentioned witnesses who heard voices from the empty apartment, conversations that seemed to involve two people, though only one person was ever seen entering or leaving. He asked if I ever talked to myself, if I ever felt like I was having conversations with someone who wasn't there. The question lodged itself in my throat like a bone, because yes, sometimes I do find myself speaking aloud to an empty room. Sometimes I catch myself mid-sentence, addressing someone who isn't there, continuing conversations that might never have started. But everyone does that, don't they? The woman's plants are all dead now, brown and brittle, they rattle in the wind like old bones. I stopped watering them after the detective's visits became more frequent, after the questions became accusations disguised as concern. I stare at the dead plants and remember her hands, gentle with the green leaves, coaxing life from soil and water and sunlight. Her humming would drift up through my window, soft and unconscious, a soundtrack to the ordinary miracle of growth. When did she stop humming? When did the plants start dying? When did the double click become a single click, become silence? The questions circle in my mind like water draining from a sink, spiraling inward toward a truth I'm not sure I want to discover. Because some truths are too heavy to carry, too sharp to hold without cutting yourself in the process. The detective's small hands have stopped taking notes. Now he just watches me with eyes that seem to see more than I'm saying, more than I'm admitting, more than I remember. His patience feels infinite and terrible, like he's willing to wait forever for me to tell him what he already knows. But I don't know what he knows, I don't know what I know. The door clicks once in the evening silence, a sound that has become as familiar as my own heartbeat. I listen for the second click that never comes, wondering if it ever really existed, wondering if any of this is real, or just the elaborate construction of a mind that has learned to lie to itself with perfect conviction. The nausea remains, constant as gravity, heavy as guilt, persistent as memory that refuses to stay buried. It sits in my stomach like evidence I can't digest, like truth I can't swallow, like the weight of something I've done or failed to do or convinced myself I never did at all. And still the dead plants rattle in the wind below my window, keeping time with a rhythm only they can hear. Story 6. The sound of footsteps *. I remember the sound of footsteps echoing every morning, steady and rhythmic, passing by my door at precisely 7:05. It was a comfort, a part of the day I never paid much attention to, just a shuffle that marked time before I began my own routine. But last month, the pattern began to waver, a pause longer than usual, a dragging heel that didn't belong. Some days the steps would come twice, as if retracing their route. This morning, the shuffle broke into a hurried scurry. I find myself waiting by the door, listening, knowing it's not right. The hallway carpet still holds the faint impression of shoes, a trail I never noticed before. I kneel down, running my fingers across the fibers. They feel damp, though the building's heating system runs constantly. There's something else to a smell that doesn't belong in this sterile corridor. Sweet, cloying, like flowers left too long in water. I've lived in this apartment building for 3 years. The neighbors keep to themselves, which suited me fine. The woman across the hall works strange hours, her door opening and closing at odd intervals. The man upstairs plays classical music that blades through the ceiling. And then there's the person with the morning routine, the one whose footsteps I've grown accustomed to hearing. I never saw their face clearly, just glimpses of a dark coat disappearing around the corner, sometimes a flash of pale hands clutching a leather bag. The building manager mentioned they were a long-time resident, someone who kept to themselves even more than the rest of us. But the footsteps stopped 3 days ago. The silence woke me up. I lay in bed, waiting for that familiar shuffle, the creak of floorboards, the soft thud of the building's front door closing. Nothing came, just the hum of fluorescent lights in the hallway and my own heartbeat growing louder in the quiet. I started paying attention to things I'd ignored before. The mailboxes downstairs, for instance. Most have names written in faded ink or printed labels. One remains blank, the metal slot sealed with layers of tape. When I asked the building manager about it, his eyes shifted away from mine. Some people value their privacy, he said, fumbling with his keys. Not everyone wants their business spread around. But privacy is different from absence. Privacy doesn't explain the smell lingering in the hallway, growing stronger near the end where the footsteps used to disappear. It doesn't explain why the building manager now avoids eye contact, or why he started taking the service elevator instead of walking through the main corridor. I began documenting what I noticed. The patterns, the changes, the small details that seemed insignificant until you placed them together. The way the overhead light flickers near apartment 4B, how the carpet shows more wear in front of that door than anywhere else, despite no visible signs of current occupancy. The woman across the hall finally spoke to me yesterday. She appeared in her doorway as I was examining the hallway, her face pale and drawn. "You've been asking questions," she said. Her voice carried a tremor I hadn't expected. "Just curious about the neighborhood," I replied, trying to keep my tone casual. She stepped closer and I caught that same sweet smell I'd noticed in the carpet. It clung to her clothes, her hair. "Some things are better left alone," she whispered. "Some people don't want to be found." Before I could ask what she meant, she retreated into her apartment. The deadbolt turned with a sharp click. That night I heard footsteps again, but they were different, lighter, more hesitant. They paused outside my door for longer than usual. I pressed my ear against the wood, holding my breath. Someone was breathing on the other side, shallow and quick. I waited until the sound faded before opening the door. The hallway was empty, but something had been left on the floor. A single key, tarnished and old, with a tag that had been torn away. The metal was warm to the touch, as if it had been clutched in someone's palm for a long time. The key didn't fit any lock I could find in the building. Not the mailboxes, not the storage units in the basement, not even the utility closets. But it felt important, significant in a way that made my hands shake when I held it. I started watching the building more carefully, the patterns of who came and went, when lights appeared in windows, which apartments showed signs of life. Most residents followed predictable routines, but there were gaps. Spaces of time when the building felt too quiet, too still. The building manager avoided me now. When I tried to ask about maintenance records or tenant histories, he claimed the files were confidential. But I caught him watching me from his office window, his face creased with worry. There was an incident, the woman from 2A told me when I encountered her in the laundry room. She was folding clothes with nervous precision, her movements quick and sharp. Before you moved in, someone went missing. Missing how? Just gone. Their things were still in the apartment, but they never came back. Police came around for a while, asking questions. Then they stopped coming too. The sweet smell was stronger in the laundry room, mixing with detergent and fabric softener. It made my stomach turn. What kind of things did they leave behind? She glanced toward the door as if checking for listeners. Personal things, photos, clothes, food still in the refrigerator, like they stepped out for a moment and never returned. Which apartment? But she was already gathering her laundry, shaking her head. I've said too much. Some things are better forgotten. That night I dreamed about footsteps. They echoed through empty corridors, growing louder and more frantic. In the dream, I followed the sound through doors that opened onto more hallways, each one longer and dimmer than the last. The sweet smell grew stronger with each step until it became suffocating. I woke with the taste of flowers in my mouth. The key seemed heavier in my pocket as I walked through the building the next day. I found myself drawn to apartment 4B, the one at the end of the hall where the footsteps used to disappear. The door looked ordinary enough, painted the same institutional beige as all the others, but the door frame showed scratches as if something had been forced. I pressed my ear to the door, silence, but not the empty silence of an unoccupied space. This felt different, loaded with presence, like someone holding their breath on the other side. The building's basement held more answers than I expected. Old maintenance logs, scattered papers, boxes of belongings that looked abandoned. The building manager's office was locked, but the window had been left open. Not breaking and entering if the window's already open, I reasoned. The files inside told a story of neglect and willful ignorance. Complaints about strange smells, noise disturbances, requests for wellness checks that were never followed up on. And there, in a folder marked with an apartment number, photos of a room that had been left exactly as someone had abandoned it. The images showed a life interrupted, a cup of coffee on the table, still holding the ring stain of liquid that had evaporated. Clothes laid out on the bed as if someone had been deciding what to wear. A calendar on the wall with days marked off in red ink, stopping abruptly in the middle of a week. But it was the final photo that made my hands tremble. A close-up of the apartment's door from the inside, showing multiple locks and a security chain, and scratches on the wood, deep gouges that looked like fingernails clawing at the surface. The sweet smell hit me as soon as I climbed back to my floor. It was stronger now, almost overwhelming, and underneath it something else, something that made me gag and cover my nose with my sleeve. The woman across the hall was waiting for me. She stood in her doorway, no longer trying to hide her nervousness. "You found them, didn't you?" she asked. "The files." I nodded, not trusting my voice. "It's been going on longer than you think. People don't just disappear. Someone makes them disappear." "Who?" She looked down the hallway toward apartment 4B. Someone who's very good at making people think they've moved away. Someone who knows how to make problems go away quietly. "The building manager. He's just scared, we all are. When you live somewhere long enough, you learn not to ask questions. You learn to ignore sounds in the night, strange smells, people who stop appearing in the hallways. The key in my pocket felt like it was burning through the fabric. What does this open? She stared at the key when I showed it to her, her face going even paler. Where did you get that? Someone left it outside my door. That's impossible. I saw them throw it down the storm drain after. She stopped, pressing her hand to her mouth. After what? But she was already backing into her apartment, shaking her head. You need to leave this alone. You need to move away from here before you become another person who just disappeared one day. The door slammed shut, leaving me alone in the hallway with the key and the growing certainty that I was standing at the center of something much larger and more dangerous than I had imagined. The footsteps returned that night, but they weren't coming from the hallway. They were coming from inside the walls, slow and deliberate, as if someone was walking through spaces that shouldn't exist. I followed the sound with my ear pressed to the wall, tracing a path that led from my bedroom to the bathroom to the kitchen and back again. Someone was moving through the building's hidden spaces, the gaps between apartments that only appeared on architectural plans. And they were moving with purpose, as if they knew exactly where they were going and what they were looking for. The key turned in a lock I hadn't expected to find. Behind a panel in the basement, concealed by boxes and forgotten maintenance equipment, a door opened onto a narrow passage that ran between the building's walls. The space smelled of dust and decay, but underneath it all, that same sweet scent that had been growing stronger each day. The passage led to a room that didn't appear on any floor plan. Inside, belongings from multiple apartments were stored with careful organization. Clothes folded and labeled, personal items sorted by type, photographs arranged in neat rows, like a museum of interrupted lives. And in the center of it all, a desk with detailed records, names, apartment numbers, dates of disappearance. A methodical accounting of people who had simply stopped existing in the world above. The footsteps were behind me now, slow and deliberate. I turned to face someone I had seen before, someone who had always been there but never quite visible. The building manager stood in the doorway, no longer trying to hide his involvement. "You should have listened to the warnings," he said quietly. "Some people are very good at minding their own business. Others need help learning how." The sweet smell was stronger now, and I understood what it was. Not flowers left too long in water. Something else entirely. Something that explained the careful records and the organized belongings and the methodical way problems were made to disappear. But understanding and escaping are different things entirely. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and I realized the key in my pocket had never been meant to help me find answers. It had been meant to bring me here, to this room where questions finally stopped being asked. The footsteps I hear now are my own, pacing the small space, wearing a path in the dust. Sometimes I think I hear voices from above, new residents asking questions about strange smells and missing neighbors. But the sound is muffled by walls and distance and the growing certainty that some patterns are designed to repeat themselves. The building manager keeps careful records. I've seen my own entry now, neat handwriting that documents another problem quietly solved. Another person who learned too late that some mysteries are meant to stay buried. But mysteries have a way of surfacing anyway, don't they? New residents move in, new footsteps echo in the hallways, new voices ask uncomfortable questions. And sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear someone pressing their ear to the walls, following sounds that don't quite belong, getting closer to answers they might not want to find. The sweet smell never goes away completely. It clings to everything down here, a reminder of how easily a person can disappear when the right systems are in place. But it also serves as a warning, a scent that might make someone curious enough to start asking questions. I hope they're better at finding answers than I was. I hope they're smart enough to run when the footsteps start following them. But mostly, I hope they understand that some buildings hold more than just apartments and residents. Some buildings hold secrets that have been growing in the dark for far too long, tended by people who have learned that the best way to solve problems is to make sure they never get the chance to speak. The footsteps above continue their patterns, new rhythms replacing old ones. But the cycle remains the same, and somewhere in the walls, the sound of movement continues, patient and methodical, waiting for the next person who asks too many questions. Story 7. It wasn't unusual for that room to stay shut. The door, painted in a faded hue, seemed untouched, almost like it had forgotten its purpose. Sometimes I pressed my ear against it, listening to the absence inside. The carpet outside was worn in a curious pattern, suggesting footsteps that paused but never entered. I often wondered about the draft that slipped under the door, carrying whispers I never quite caught. The knob, cool and still, invited a turn that I never took. I walked by it as always, without a second glance. I kept the hallway light dim, just enough to see, but never too much. The smell of lavender always lingered there, though I couldn't remember placing any sachets nearby. My fingers would trace the door frame absently as I passed, feeling the slight indentations in the wood marks I told myself came from years of settling. The house was old, after all. Old houses develop their own peculiarities. I had my routine with that door. Every morning I'd walk past it on my way to the kitchen. Every evening, returning from work, I'd pause for just a moment, my hand hovering near the handle. The metal was always cold, even on the warmest days. I tell myself I was simply checking that everything remained as it should be, secure, undisturbed. The logical explanation was simple enough. My housemate had moved out months ago, leaving behind only a few belongings that neither of us felt motivated to sort through. Boxes of books, some winter clothes, a desk lamp with a frayed cord. Nothing valuable, nothing urgent. We'd agreed I'd handle it eventually, when I found the time. But time has a way of stretching these temporary arrangements into permanent fixtures. The key hung on a small hook just inside my bedroom closet. I'd placed it there the day after the departure, thinking I'd need it soon. The weight of it in my palm felt heavier than it should have, considering its size. Sometimes I'd hold it while getting dressed, running my thumb over the ridged edges before hanging it back in its designated spot. My friends thought I was being overly cautious about privacy, respecting boundaries even in absence. They joke about my reluctance to reclaim the space, suggesting I convert it into an office or a guest room. Their laughter felt distant when they said these things, as if they were speaking from across a great divide I couldn't see. But something else tugged at the edges of my certainty. The way the floorboards creaked differently when I walked past that particular section of hallway. How the air seemed thicker there, almost resistant to movement. I'd catch myself holding my breath without realizing it, as if my body knew something my mind refused to acknowledge. There were nights when I'd wake to sounds that seemed to come from that direction. Not footsteps exactly, more like the settling of weight shifting from one position to another. The house was old, I'd remind myself, pulling the covers higher. Old houses make noise, pipes expanding, wood contracting, the natural breathing of a structure that had weathered decades. Yet my dreams began to change. In them, I'd find myself standing in the hallway, the door slightly ajar. Through the gap, I could see movement shadows that didn't correspond to any light source I could identify. In these dreams, my hand would reach for the handle without my permission, drawn by an urgency I couldn't name. I'd wake before making contact, my heart racing from something that felt more like memory than imagination. The worn pattern in the carpet started to bother me more than it should have. I'd study it during my morning coffee, trying to decipher the logic of the wear marks. They didn't match the path of someone simply walking past. Instead, they suggested someone standing, shifting weight from foot to foot, perhaps for extended periods, waiting or listening. I began to notice other details that contradicted my neat explanation. The dust accumulation on the door frame was inconsistent, heavier in some spots than others, as if it had been disturbed recently. The lavender scent would intensify on certain days, then disappear entirely, following no pattern I could discern. My housemate's departure itself became hazier in my memory the more I tried to focus on it. I remembered packing, certainly, boxes being filled and taped shut, but the actual moment of leaving, the final goodbye, the sound of the door closing for the last time, these details slipped away like water through cupped hands. There were phone calls in those early weeks, I was certain of that. Brief conversations about forwarding mail and returning a security deposit. But when I tried to recall the voice on the other end, it seemed to shift and blur, sometimes familiar, sometimes completely foreign. I'd check my call log, but the numbers looked wrong somehow, as if they belonged to someone else's phone. The draft under the door carried more than whispers now. Sometimes it brought the scent of coffee brewing, though I drank only tea. Other times, the faint sound of music melodies I almost recognized but couldn't quite place. I'd press my ear to the door during these moments, straining to hear more clearly, but the sounds would fade the instant I made contact with the wood. My sleep became fitful. I'd find myself walking the hallway in the early hours, drawn by sensations I couldn't name. The door would seem different in the darkness, somehow more present, more insistent. The cool metal of the handle would call to my fingertips, promising answers to questions I hadn't known I was asking. One morning I discovered that the key was no longer on its hook in my closet. I searched frantically, checking pockets and drawers, retracing my steps from the previous evening. When I finally found it, it was sitting on my kitchen counter next to my coffee mug, positioned as if I'd placed it there intentionally, but I had no memory of moving it. The logical mind insisted on rational explanations. Sleepwalking, perhaps, stress manifesting in forgetfulness, the isolation of living alone playing tricks on perception. I'd moved the key myself, obviously. There was no other possibility that made sense. But my body remembered things my mind rejected. The weight of the key in my palm felt familiar in a way that suggested frequent handling. My fingers seemed to know the exact pressure needed to turn it, though I couldn't recall ever testing the mechanism. When I held it up to the light, examining its surface, I noticed tiny scratches around the teeth that spoke of recent use. The pattern of my days began to shift without my conscious decision. I'd find myself taking longer routes through the house, paths that brought me past that door multiple times. During phone calls, I'd unconsciously migrate to the hallway, pacing the worn carpet while speaking to friends and family about mundane matters. Their voices sounded different when I stood there, more distant, as if the space itself were filtering our connection. I'd catch myself losing track of conversations, my attention drawn to the subtle variations in the door's surface, tiny imperfections in the paint that seemed to form shapes when viewed from certain angles. The nights grew stranger. I'd wake to find my bedroom door open when I was certain I'd closed it. The hallway would be filled with a presence I couldn't define, not threatening exactly, but undeniably there. I'd lie still, listening to the quality of silence that suggested someone holding their breath just out of sight. During one of these wakeful periods, I heard the distinct sound of a key turning in a lock, not the front door or back door, but something closer, more intimate. The sound seemed to come from within the house itself, accompanied by the soft whisper of hinges moving after long stillness. I didn't investigate. Something deep in my survival instincts warned against moving, against acknowledging what I was hearing. Instead, I pulled my blankets tighter and focused on controlling my breathing, pretending sleep until exhaustion made it real. Morning brought its usual amnesia, the night's strangeness fading like smoke in daylight. But the key was missing again, and this time I found it in my jacket pocket, warm to the touch as if it had been held for hours. The boundaries between my two understandings of reality began to blur. In one version, I was simply a considerate person respecting the privacy of a departed housemate, postponing the practical task of clearing out abandoned belongings. In the other, something far more complex was unfolding, something that involved my participation in ways I couldn't fully grasp. Both versions felt true, both felt incomplete. I started keeping a journal, thinking that writing down my observations might bring clarity. But when I read back over my entries, they seemed to contradict each other from day to day. One entry would describe the door as unchanged, exactly as it had been left. The next would detail subtle differences, a scuff mark that hadn't been there before, or the absence of dust in a particular corner. The handwriting looked like mine, but something about the formation of certain letters felt foreign, as if my hand had been guided by unfamiliar impulses. Friends began to comment on my appearance, mentioning that I looked tired, distracted. They'd ask if everything was all right at home, and I'd assure them it was, even as part of me wondered what they were seeing that I couldn't recognize in myself. The mirror in my hallway, positioned directly across from that door, started to feel like a witness to something I couldn't quite perceive. I'd catch glimpses of movement in its reflection, shadows that didn't correspond to my own position or the light sources I could identify. Sometimes when I looked into it, my own face seemed unfamiliar, as if I were seeing someone who resembled me but wasn't quite the same person. The expression would be slightly different, the eyes holding knowledge I didn't remember acquiring. The door itself began to feel less like a barrier and more like a membrane, something permeable that allowed certain things to pass through while blocking others. The temperature around it fluctuated in ways that defied the house's heating system. The sounds that emerged from behind it grew more distinct, less like the random noise of an empty space and more like the subtle activities of occupation. I found myself standing there one evening, key in hand, without any clear memory of how I'd arrived at that moment. The metal was warm against my palm, and my body was positioned as if I'd been there for some time. The worn carpet beneath my feet felt familiar, comfortable, like a spot I'd occupied many times before. The realization that I might have been doing this regularly, perhaps nightly, without conscious awareness should have been alarming. Instead, it felt like remembering something I'd temporarily forgotten, a routine that belonged to me as naturally as breathing. But remembering what exactly? And why had my conscious mind been excluded from these activities? The key slid into the lock with perfect ease, as if it had been designed specifically for my grip, for this moment, for this purpose. The mechanism turned without resistance, and I heard the soft click of the bolt retracting. My hand was on the handle now, applying gentle pressure. The door began to open, revealing a darkness that seemed deeper than mere absence of light. Air moved between the spaces, carrying scents and sounds that belonged to both everything and nothing I recognized. I stood at the threshold between my two realities, understanding that whatever lay beyond would either confirm one version of events or create an entirely new understanding that encompassed both. But I didn't cross over, not then. Instead, I closed the door softly, turned the key back to its locked position, and returned to my bedroom, where I placed the key on my nightstand within easy reach. Tomorrow, I told myself I would decide which version of my life was real. Tonight, I would let both possibilities coexist in the space between sleeping and waking, in the territory where certainty dissolves and truth becomes as fluid as the shadows that dance beneath doors we're not quite ready to open. The lavender scent followed me to sleep, and in my dreams I was both the person who had never opened that door and the person who opened it every night, each identity equally true, equally impossible, equally mine. Story 8. It used to happen each morning like the ticking of a reliable metronome, a sweep of the broom at precisely 7:05, brushing the same path, sweeping the same dust. I would hear it from my kitchen, a routine sound that became the background to my coffee ritual. Once I thought I saw the dust move differently, scatter in an unfamiliar way. The following morning the broom swept earlier, 7:03, and the dust settled in peculiar patterns. Yesterday it was 6:57, and the broom seemed to linger longer at the threshold. Today it hasn't swept at all, and the dust has formed an unbroken line. My fingers trace the rim of my coffee cup, cold porcelain. The liquid inside has grown tepid while I've been watching the doorway across the courtyard. The silence where sound should be feels heavier than the sweeping ever did. I remember when I first noticed her. Not her face, I never saw that clearly, but the methodical way she moved. Back bent at the same angle each morning, the bristles catching the early light filtering through the narrow space between our buildings. There was something beautiful about the repetition, something that made the world feel ordered and safe. The detective's voice comes back to me now, though I can't place when we spoke. Routine changes, he said, or maybe she said. The voice was tired, professional. People alter their patterns when they're under stress, when they're planning something, or when something's been planned for them. I think I nodded. I think I said I understood. But understanding and knowing are different creatures entirely. The dust line stretches from the doorframe to the center of her threshold. Unbroken, undisturbed, it speaks of absence in a language I'm only beginning to comprehend. My notebook lies open beside my cup, pages filled with times and observations. 7:05, 7:03, 6:57, 6:54. The progression seemed random then. Now it reads like a countdown. I close my eyes and try to remember the last time I saw her clearly. Was she wearing the blue cardigan, the gray one with the missing button? Memory shifts like sand, and I'm left grasping at impressions that might be dreams, might be wishes, might be fears dressed up as recollections. The phone call happened on a Tuesday or Wednesday. The voice was unfamiliar, asking if I knew the woman who lived across the way, if I'd seen anything unusual. The word unusual stuck with me because everything had been unusual lately. The changing times, the different patterns in the dust, the way shadows fell differently in the courtyard. She kept to herself, I told them, very quiet, very regular in her habits. Except her habits weren't regular anymore, were they? They were shifting, evolving, becoming something else entirely. Something that ended in silence. I flipped through my notebook again. The handwriting changes from page to page as if different versions of myself were taking notes. Some entries are precise, clinical. Others ramble, spiral into questions and half-formed theories. One page simply repeats the word earlier 17 times. It's earlier, earlier, earlier. Like a prayer, like a warning. The apartment manager's words surface from wherever I've been keeping them buried. Found her 3 days ago, he said, keys jangling in his nervous hands. Neighbor called about the smell. But there was no smell in my memory, only the absence of sound, only dust gathering where it shouldn't, forming patterns that meant something I couldn't decipher. I stand and move to the window. The courtyard looks different in afternoon light, harsher. The shadows create angles that weren't there in the morning, and I wonder if I've been seeing things wrong all along, if the distance between our windows distorted more than just her face. The transcript from my statement sits somewhere in a file I'll never see. My words reduced to black marks on white paper, filtered through someone else's interpretation of what matters. But what matters and what's important are different creatures too. Did you ever speak with her? They asked. Once, I said. She dropped her keys. I helped her pick them up, 5 keys on a simple ring. Her fingers were cold when they brushed mine. She smiled, or I think she smiled. The memory wavers between gratitude and something else, something that might have been fear. But fear of what? Of me, of the keys, of the morning ritual that was already beginning to change, though neither of us knew it yet. The dust line hasn't moved. I've been watching for hours now, and it remains constant. A boundary between her space and the world outside, between what was and what is, between the questions I can ask and the answers I'll never receive. My coffee has grown cold completely. I pour it down the sink and watch the brown liquid spiral away. When I look up, the courtyard seems smaller. The distance between her door and my window has somehow compressed, as if the space itself is contracting around the absence she left behind. I think about calling the detective again, asking if they found anything else, if the dust meant something to them, if they noticed how it gathered in specific patterns, how it seemed to respond to her movements like iron filings around a magnet. But I don't call. Some questions are better left unasked. Some answers would only create more questions, spiraling outward until nothing makes sense anymore. The notebook entry from last week reads, swept at 6:54, paused at the corner where the light hits, looked up. Looked up at what? At my window, at the sky, at something I couldn't see from my angle. I don't remember writing those words, but the handwriting is mine. The pen I used sits beside the notebook, its blue ink matching the letters on the page. Evidence of a moment I can't quite recall, a detail that seemed important enough to record, but not important enough to remember. The sun shifts and the dust line catches the light. For a moment it seems to shimmer, to move, but when I blink it's static again, permanent, a marker of the exact spot where routine ended and mystery began. Her apartment windows are dark now, have been dark since they found her. But sometimes in the periphery of my vision I think I see movement, a shadow passing behind glass, a curtain shifting in still air. When I look directly, there's nothing, just the reflection of my own window, my own face staring back across the narrowing space. The detective mentioned a family member, someone who came to collect her things. I watched from my window as boxes were carried out, each one containing fragments of a life I'd observed but never truly seen. The broom went into the last box. I wanted to call out, to explain about the patterns, the changing times, the way the dust responded to her presence. Instead, I watched in silence as they loaded everything into a truck and drove away. The dust line remains. I've started sweeping my own threshold now. Not at 7:05, that time belongs to her, to the memory of routine and order. I sweep at 7:10, creating my own patterns, my own relationship with the dust that gathers overnight, but it's not the same. My movements lack her precision, her sense of purpose. The dust scatters randomly, settles without meaning. Sometimes I wonder if she knew I was watching, if the changing times were messages meant for me, coded communications across the courtyard space. Earlier, 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 until finally silence. But messages require intent, and intent requires a sender who understands they have a receiver. Did she see me at my window? Did she know about my notebook, my careful documentation of her morning ritual? The questions multiply like dust in corners, accumulating faster than I can sweep them away. Night falls and the courtyard fills with different shadows. The dust line becomes invisible, though I know it's still there, waiting, marking the boundary between the world of routine and the world of questions without answers. I close the notebook and place it on the shelf beside others I've filled over the months. Observations and theories, fragments of conversations, details that seemed significant at the time. Together, they form a record of something that might have been a mystery or might have been nothing more than the natural progression of a life toward its conclusion. But natural progressions don't leave dust lines that refuse to scatter. They don't create patterns that linger after the pattern maker is gone. I turn off the lights and prepare for sleep, knowing that tomorrow morning I'll wake and look across the courtyard to a threshold that remains unchanged. The dust will still be there, still marking the spot where routine became silence, where questions began to outnumber answers. And I'll make my coffee and open my notebook and try to understand what it means to witness something without knowing what you've witnessed. To document a mystery that might not be a mystery at all, just the way life sometimes stops mid-gesture, leaving only dust and silence and the memory of a broom that swept earlier and earlier until it stopped sweeping altogether. The metronome has stopped ticking, but I keep listening for it anyway, waiting for the sound that defined my mornings and gave shape to my days, waiting for the dust to move in familiar patterns, for routine to reassert itself across the narrowing space between her world and mine. But some silences are permanent. Some dust settles exactly where it's meant to, forming lines that divide the known from the unknowable, the witnessed from the understood. And some questions are their own answers, complete in their incompleteness, perfect in their refusal to resolve. Story 9. It wasn't unusual for the garage to be left open in the mornings. The wind had a way of teasing the door unlatched, swinging it just far enough to catch on the latch without truly closing. I noted the oil stains on the concrete, still fresh, leading somewhere they shouldn't, but thought little of it. The mismatched pattern of footprints bothered me for a moment, an unsettling dance of coming and going. I meant to sweep the floor. Dust had begun to gather in a way it often didn't, but decided against it. I walked past the untouched shelf, the missing item obscured by the shadow of routine. I turned off the outside light, even as the darkness deepened. The smell comes back first, always the smell. Motor oil mixed with something else, something I can't name but recognize in my bones. It clings to the back of my throat when I try to remember what happened that morning. Or was it evening? The light was wrong somehow, casting shadows where they shouldn't fall. I keep thinking about the footprints. Mine were there, of course, the worn treads of boots I'd had for years, but the others smaller, deliberate, leading from the door to the workbench and then stopping, just stopping, as if whoever made them had simply vanished into the concrete itself. The shelf, there was something missing from the shelf. I can see myself standing there, staring at the empty space between the paint cans and the old toolbox. The outline of dust where something had been, something important, but when I reach for the memory, it slides away like water through my fingers. You never saw anything, a voice whispers, but I can't tell if it's mine or someone else's. You were never here. But I was here. I remember the cold seeping through my jacket, the way the fluorescent bulb flickered overhead, the sound of my own breathing, too loud in the silence, and something else breathing too. The oil stains led toward the back corner, where the shadows gathered thickest. I followed them once, I think. My feet moved without my permission, drawn by some terrible curiosity. But the memory fractures there, splits into pieces that don't fit together anymore. There was a conversation. I'm almost certain there was a conversation. "It's better this way," someone said, or maybe I said it. The words echo in the hollow space where my certainty used to live. No one has to know. Know what? Know what? I find myself standing in the garage again, but it's different now, cleaner. The oil stains have been scrubbed away, leaving only faint discolorations in the concrete. The shelf has been rearranged, everything in its proper place except for that one empty space that haunts me. The footprints are gone too, just my own boots marking the dust, as if I'd been the only one here all along. But I can still feel the presence of someone else, lingering in the corners like smoke. I try to remember why I came out here in the first place. There was a reason, something urgent that pulled me from the warmth of the house into this cold, echoing space. But the reason has been scraped away along with the oil stains, leaving only questions that multiply in the darkness. The wind catches the garage door again, swinging it open just far enough to let in slivers of light. I watch the shadows dance and shift, and for a moment I see them the other footprints, ghostly impressions in the dust. But when I blink, they're gone. You're imagining things, I tell myself, but my voice sounds hollow in the empty space. There was never anyone else here. Yet I can still smell that other scent beneath the motor oil, sweet and cloying, familiar in a way that makes my stomach turn. I've smelled it before, somewhere else, in some other context that my mind refuses to provide. The missing item from the shelf, I almost remember what it was. Almost. It sits on the tip of my consciousness like a word I can't quite pronounce. Something small but significant. Something that would explain the oil stains, the extra footprints, the conversation that may or may not have happened. I find myself checking the garage more often now, walking out in the mornings with my coffee, scanning the concrete for new stains, new prints, new evidence of visitors who leave no trace. The routine has become a compulsion, a ritual that provides no comfort. Sometimes I catch myself mid-conversation, my lips moving around words I don't remember speaking. Fragments of arguments, explanations, pleas, my voice and another voice, weaving together in patterns I can't untangle. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. But it did happen. We have to do something. We already did. The voices fade when I try to focus on them, leaving only the echo of my own breathing in the empty garage. But the words linger, heavy with implication I'm afraid to examine too closely. I dream about the missing item sometimes. In the dreams, I can see it clearly, its shape, its weight in my hands, its purpose. But when I wake, the image dissolves like morning mist, leaving only the certainty that it was important, crucial even. The garage door swings open again, and I realize I've been standing here for longer than I intended. The shadows have shifted, grown longer and darker. Soon it will be night, and the questions will multiply in the darkness like living things. I should go inside, lock the door behind me, pretend that the empty space on the shelf means nothing, that the phantom footprints are just tricks of light and shadow, that the conversation I almost remember was just the wind talking to itself. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm forgetting something vital, something that would explain why my hands shake when I reach for the light switch, why the smell of motor oil makes my heart race, why I keep checking over my shoulder as if expecting to find someone there. The oil stains are gone, but I can still see them in my mind's eye, still trace their path from the door to the workbench to the dark corner where memory fails me. They led somewhere specific, those stains, somewhere I'm not ready to follow. Not yet. The wind picks up again, rattling the loose door on its hinges. The sound is like whispered secrets, like confessions carried away before they can be understood. I listen carefully, hoping to catch some fragment of truth in the noise. But there's only the wind and the darkness and the empty space where something important used to be. The garage keeps its secrets even from me, especially from me. I turn off the outside light even as the darkness deepens and the familiar ritual brings no peace. Only the certainty that tomorrow I'll be back, searching for answers I'm not sure I want to find, following oil stains that may or may not have ever existed. The smell lingers, always the smell, motor oil and something else, something my mind won't let me name. It follows me back to the house, clings to my clothes, my skin, my dreams. A reminder of the conversation I can't quite remember, the footprints I can't quite see, the missing piece that would make everything clear. But clarity is dangerous. Some truths are better left buried beneath fresh concrete and careful silence. Some memories are meant to stay fragmented, scattered like dust in an empty garage where the wind plays tricks with shadows and light. I know this, I've always known this. So why do I keep going back? Story 10. I recall it began as a curious footfall, perhaps a neighbor upstairs stepping just after sunset. It repeated daily, a pattern of 6 resounding taps on the floor above. The sound persisted, its rhythm unbroken, like a metronome of my evening solitude. But recently I've noticed something unsettling on the 3rd tap, a momentary pause, almost as if the step hesitated. Last night the sequence was halved, only 3 subdued thuds. Tonight the tapping stopped entirely, yet the weight of the silence makes me wonder what changed above. The absence echoes louder than the sound ever did. I sit here now, staring at the ceiling, tracing the path those footsteps carved into my consciousness over all these months. The plaster shows no evidence of their passage, yet I can map each impact point with surgical precision. The first tap always landed near what I assumed was a doorway, the second closer to what might be a window. The third, the one that began to hesitate, fell somewhere in between, suspended in uncertainty. When did I first realize the pattern meant something more than simple routine? Memory plays tricks when you've spent too long listening to the spaces between sounds. I think it was during one of those humid evenings when the building seemed to breathe around me, walls expanding and contracting with the temperature. The tapping came as usual, but I found myself counting backwards from 6, anticipating each footfall before it arrived. That was when I understood I wasn't just hearing footsteps, I was hearing a conversation. The apartment above mine has been occupied for as long as I've lived here, though I've never seen who lives there. The mailboxes downstairs offer no clues, just a number, no name. I've caught glimpses of shadows moving behind curtains, the occasional flicker of light bleeding through gaps in window frames, but nothing concrete enough to build a person around. Only the footsteps, reliable as sunrise, marking the transition from day to night. I began keeping a mental record, though record might be too generous a word for the obsessive cataloging that consumed my evenings. 6 taps, always 6, until they became 5. Then the pause on the third began stretching longer, as if the walker was listening for something or someone. The building superintendent lives in the basement unit. I've spoken to him about maintenance issues, routine things that require his attention. He's a man of few words, efficient in his movements, careful with his responses. During one of our brief exchanges about a leaking faucet, I mentioned the footsteps above. His expression shifted almost imperceptibly, a tightening around his eyes that suggested recognition. "Old building," he said, returning to his work. "Sound travels in strange ways." But he didn't meet my gaze after that, and I noticed how quickly he finished his repairs, how eager he seemed to leave my apartment. The next evening, the footsteps carried a different weight, more deliberate, as if the walker knew they were being discussed. I've lived alone long enough to recognize the difference between solitude and isolation. Solitude is chosen. Isolation creeps up gradually, building walls you don't notice until you're already trapped behind them. The footsteps became my primary human contact, more reliable than phone calls from distant relatives or casual conversations with cashiers at the corner market. Sometimes I would time my own movements to match the rhythm above. 6 steps from my kitchen to the living room, 6 steps back. It created a strange intimacy, this synchronized dance with an unknown partner. We were connected by proximity and routine, 2 lives orbiting each other through layers of wood and plaster. The pause on the third step began extending. What started as a momentary hesitation grew into something more deliberate. I found myself holding my breath during those suspended moments, waiting for the sequence to resume. The silence would stretch until I wondered if the walker had simply stopped, frozen mid-journey for reasons I couldn't fathom. Then the 4th step would come, and the 5th and the 6th, completing the pattern but leaving me unsettled. The pause felt like a question being asked, though I couldn't understand what was being inquired or of whom. I started varying my own evening routine, testing whether my movements influenced the pattern above. If I turned on the television earlier than usual, would the footsteps adjust their timing? If I closed the kitchen cabinets with more force, would the walker pause longer on that 3rd step? The results were inconclusive, or perhaps I was seeing connections that existed only in my increasingly isolated mind. But there were moments when the correlation seemed too precise to dismiss. A particularly loud door closing on my part would be followed by a more pronounced pause above. A change in my television volume would precede a subtle shift in the weight of the footsteps. We were communicating, though neither of us acknowledged it directly. The building has thin walls and thinner floors. I can hear water running through pipes, the hum of refrigerators cycling on and off, the muffled conversations of neighbors whose voices never quite resolve into distinct words. But the footsteps above always cut through this ambient noise with startling clarity, as if they were meant to be heard. I began researching the building's history, though my investigation was limited to what I could discover through casual online searches and conversations with long-term residents. The structure dates back several decades, originally designed as affordable housing for workers in the nearby industrial district. The neighborhood has since gentrified around it, leaving the building as an anachronism, a pocket of older lives surrounded by renovation and renewal. Most residents keep to themselves, a collection of individuals who chose this place for its anonymity rather than its community. We nod politely in hallways, exchange pleasantries about weather or building maintenance, but maintain careful distances. Privacy is the unspoken currency here, and everyone pays their debts in silence. Except for the footsteps, they violated that implicit agreement, demanding attention through repetition and routine. 6 taps every evening, a broadcast from the apartment above that something was happening, someone was there, life was being lived in deliberate patterns. The pause on the 3rd step grew longer. What had been a hesitation became a full stop, sometimes extending for several seconds before the sequence resumed. During those suspended moments, I began to imagine the walker standing motionless, perhaps looking down at the floor, aware that someone below was listening. The thought should have been comforting evidence of human presence, proof that I wasn't as alone as the building's silence suggested. Instead, it filled me with growing unease. The pause felt weighted with intention, as if the walker was trying to communicate something specific through the interruption of their routine. I started positioning myself directly below where the 3rd step would fall, looking up at the ceiling during those extended silences. The plaster revealed nothing, but I could feel the presence above like a held breath, a suspended moment between action and stillness. Then came the evening when only 3 steps sounded instead of 6. The reduction was so unexpected that I initially thought the walker had simply stopped mid-sequence, perhaps distracted by a phone call or some other interruption. I waited for the remaining steps, counting seconds that stretched into minutes, but the evening silence settled around those 3 incomplete taps, leaving the pattern broken and unresolved. The next night brought 3 steps again, and the night after that. The routine had changed, but the timing remained consistent just after sunset, when the building settled into its evening rhythms. 3 deliberate footfalls, each carrying the weight of the original 6, compressed into half the space but twice the intensity. I found myself mourning the lost steps, missing the completeness of the original pattern. 6 had felt like a full conversation. 3 felt like a sentence cut short, a thought interrupted before it could reach its conclusion. The walker above had edited their routine, but I couldn't understand the reasoning behind the reduction. The superintendent appeared at my door one morning, claiming he needed to check the smoke detector in my bedroom. His visit felt routine enough, but I noticed how his eyes tracked across my ceiling, following a path that corresponded exactly to the footstep pattern I knew so well. "Everything seems to be in order," he said, but his tone carried an odd formality, as if he were delivering a prepared statement rather than a casual observation. After he left, I realized he had spent most of his time listening rather than inspecting. The smoke detector received only cursory attention. The ceiling commanded his focus. He knew about the footsteps, had perhaps been aware of them far longer than I had. His visit felt less like maintenance and more like monitoring. That evening, the 3 footsteps carried a different quality, more cautious, as if the walker was aware of increased scrutiny. The sounds seemed muffled, though I couldn't determine if the walker was moving more carefully or if something had changed in the building's acoustics. I began to question my own perception. Had I been imagining patterns that didn't exist, reading intention into random sounds, creating a narrative around coincidence? The building was old, subject to settling and shifting that could produce rhythmic noises. Pipes expanding and contracting, floorboards responding to temperature changes, the normal sounds of aging architecture. But the timing remained too consistent, too deliberately placed in the evening routine to dismiss as structural noise. Something or someone above was creating those sounds, following a pattern that had evolved from 6 steps to 3, from routine to ritual to something approaching communication. The pause on the 3rd step disappeared when the sequence shortened. With only 3 footfalls, there was no 3rd step to hesitate upon. The walker had solved the problem of the pause by eliminating its location, streamlining the routine into something more efficient but less expressive. I missed the hesitation. It had become the most human element of the pattern, the moment when uncertainty crept into an otherwise mechanical sequence. Without it, the 3 steps felt more like clockwork than conversation, precision without personality. Then came the night when no footsteps sounded at all. The silence was profound, not just the absence of the expected sounds, but a quality of emptiness that seemed to press down from above. I found myself straining to hear anything: a shifted chair, a closing door, the simple evidence of occupancy. But the apartment above had gone quiet in a way that felt final. I waited through the usual time frame, then extended my vigil well into the night. The building's other sounds continued around me: distant television audio, the hum of appliances, the occasional footsteps from units that weren't directly overhead, but from above, nothing. The next evening brought the same profound silence, and the next. The routine that had structured my evenings for months had simply stopped, leaving me with a sense of abandonment I hadn't anticipated. I realized how much I had come to depend on those footsteps, how they had provided a rhythm to my solitude and proof that life continued in the spaces around me. Without them, my apartment felt more isolated, suspended in a building that seemed less inhabited than before. The silence above had weight, pressing down like accumulated snow on a roof, threatening to break through with its sheer density. I considered knocking on the door of the upstairs unit, inventing some neighborly reason to check on the occupant. But the building's unspoken rules about privacy held me back, and I wasn't sure I wanted to see who had been creating those sounds. The mystery had become more comfortable than any truth might prove to be. The superintendent appeared again, this time claiming he needed to check the heating system. His presence felt less routine than before, more purposeful. He spent time examining the ceiling again, but his expression suggested he was confirming something he already knew rather than discovering new information. "Has everything been quiet?" he asked, and the question carried implications I couldn't fully parse. "Very quiet," I replied, and he nodded as if this was the expected response. After he left, I understood that the silence above wasn't accidental. Something had changed in the building's ecosystem. Some element had been removed or relocated, leaving a gap that affected more than just my evening routine. I began to wonder if the footsteps had been meant for me specifically, a form of contact from someone who couldn't or wouldn't communicate more directly. The pattern had been too consistent, too deliberately timed to my own evening routine to be entirely coincidental. Someone above had been aware of my presence and had chosen this indirect method of acknowledgement. The thought both comforted and disturbed me. If true, it suggested I hadn't been as alone as I'd believed, that my solitude had been witnessed and somehow shared. But it also raised questions about surveillance and intention, about who might have been watching my routines closely enough to synchronize their own patterns with mine. Now, sitting in this silence that has stretched across multiple evenings, I find myself staring at the ceiling again, tracing that familiar path where the footsteps used to fall. The plaster shows no evidence of their passage, yet I can map each impact point with surgical precision. The first tap always landed near what I assumed was a doorway, the second closer to what might be a window. The third, the one that began to hesitate before disappearing, entirely fell somewhere in between, suspended in uncertainty, like the questions that linger in this weighted silence above. The absence echoes louder than the sound ever did, and I wonder if the conversation was ending just as I was beginning to understand its language.